Cek, cek, 1, 2. Masuk. Oke.
As the leading college of health workers in Indonesia. Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta, or Poltekkes is a state university under the Ministry of Health, known as university that upholds cultural values, nationality, and upholds diversity and prioritizes the interests of the nation. Poltekkes, with various works and achievements, we have proven ourselves to always serve tirelessly to produce competent health workers who can carry out their professional performance to make the healthy nation. Poltekkes, which is located in the special region of Yogyakarta, or referred to as a student city, creates a learning climate and academic atmosphere that supports student achievement. Poltekkes continues to grow and develop to become the leading, best health college in Indonesia, and aspires to be global by cultivating, implementing, and utilizing education, research, and community service, which are the main goals of higher education in Indonesia, or the Tridharma of higher education, by always being guided by Pancasila values. We carry out education, conduct research, and provide community service by improving science and technology in health sector that is beneficial to society, nation, and state. This is where the nation's best sons and daughters from various backgrounds and variations are given the widest opportunity to gather and build an intellectual community to solve health problems in Indonesia. By mutually enriching the repertoire of knowledge and human values, exploring knowledge from history, processing today, and researching for the future. Poltekkes has 6 departments and 17 study programs, namely Diploma 3, Applied Bachelor, and Professional Education. Supported by 1 professor and more than 149 lecturers who have experience teaching and research in various disciplines of health science and technology, and support from education staff. Poltekkes always develops quality education processes, which national and international standards, producing graduates with global competitiveness. To support competence, knowledge, skills, and attitudes of students, Poltekkes provides various laboratories with sophisticated and modern equipment and technology, so that a strong research culture continues to develop, marked by various innovative discoveries that are useful for society. Poltekkes has pioneered and developed the Science Techno Campus as a manifestation of its ability to create and commercialize various innovative health technology products. As support for conductive learning, in addition to other facilities and infrastructure, Poltekkes has established itself as a healthy campus by creating a green campus that is comfortable, environmentally friendly, and pollution-free, with a well-maintained layout. The various existing facilities support the development of student talents through student activity units and are encouraged to realize their dreams. To improve services to the community, Poltekkes is given flexibility in financial management based on the economic and productivity principles and the application of sound business practices by establishing it as a public service agency work unit in 2011. Poltekkes has been given the title of corruption-free area as a manifestation that Poltekkes has met most of the criteria in implementing the 6 areas of reform of the Bureaucratic Reform Program and has been able to prevent corruption, collusion, and nepotism. To provide quality assurance and quality control of education, as well as improve the competitiveness of graduates, Poltekkes has received accreditation recognition both from the government through BAN PT. The year 2020 is the toughest year for all countries in the world and has an impact on the joints of life, including educational activities. All the face-to-face learning activities must be stopped, student activities cancelled, and people work and worship from home. The world of education has no other choice so that learning can run effectively, namely by making maximum use of information technology. The utilization and development of information technology is a necessity for Poltekkes by adding supporting facilities by continuously adapting and creating online learning applications. As part of the Ministry of Health, Poltekkes is required to participate in efforts to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic by participating directly, forming an officer unit, conducting training for health workers, becoming a vaccination center, and deploying health volunteers. Various challenges that occurred have led Poltekkes to continue to innovate and change the mindset to maximize information technology for optimal development facilities. This is in the line with the strategy carried out by the Ministry of Health by making efforts for Digital Health Transformation 2024. Success is a journey that requires hard work, smart work, and thorough work, together embracing all potential and diversity into energy for the future for the progress of the nation, country, and the world. Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta. Together, we are ready to transform to heal the country. Poltekkes Yo, excellent, cultured, and worldwide.
Hah? Yang YOINC, yang keperawatan. Nggak tahu. Aduh.
One, participants must be on cam throughout the event.
2. Participants must use the virtual background given by the committee.
3. Participants must change the display name according to the code given by the committee.
4. Participants should fill their attendance at the beginning and of the end of event.
5. Participants are expected to attend the event from opening to closing.
6. Participants should remain on mute unless given permission to during the Q&A session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Our Honorable Director General of the Health Workforce, Dr. Gigi Airandi Anaya, MKM.
Director of Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Control, Sandi SKP MKes.
The respected Director of Yogyakarta Health Polytechnic, Dr. Iswanto SPD MKes and staff.
The head of the Indonesian Nursing Organization of the region of Yogyakarta,
The head of department at Yogyakarta Health Polytechnic and faculty members,
Akademi Keperawatan YKY, and Poltekkes Husada as our co-hosts.
our amazing speakers and presenters,
Let us not forget our sponsors, Raja Wali Musindo, PT Global Jaya Medica, 119 Medical Service Training, and Alpha Media for their contributions to help make today's event possible. Thank you.
and lastly, a warm welcome to today's participant of the first Yogyakarta International Nursing Conference 2023.
Before we continue, we would like to thank God Almighty for giving us His blessings today so that we can all gather here at the first Yogyakarta International Nursing Conference of 2023.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Rifki Fadilaudin and my friend
Tiara Cahyadin Shifa.
as your master of ceremony to guide today's event.
Next, please allow me to read today's agenda. First, the singing of Indonesia Raya, the hymn and march of the Yogyakarta Health Polytechnic.
The second, an opening dance presented by student of the nursing department.
Third, an opening report given by the head of the committee.
Fourth, a welcoming speech by the director of Yogyakarta Health Polytechnic.
Fifth, an opening speech by the Director General of the Health Workforce of the Republic of Indonesia.
Sixth, main event, our conference.
7, oral presentation.
And the last is closing.
Our first agenda, the singing of Indonesia Raya, the hymn and song of the Yogyakarta Health Polytechnic. Guests, please rise for the national anthem.
sehat negaraku, kita maju bersama. Tetapkan satu tujuan, raih masa depan cerah, dengan satu harapan, jadi kenyataan. Politeknik Kesehatan Yogyakarta tetap jaya. Kami insan muda Indonesia, laksanakan tugas mulia, harumkan nama bangsa dan negara, seharum melati mewangi. Tiada kamu, tiada kami, yang ada kita bersama. Politeknik Kesehatan Yogyakarta siap membangun demi negara. Berjiwa dinamis, penuh dharma bakti, demi nusa bangsa Indonesia. Tampil dalam cita membangun negara, utamakan kesehatan. Kita insan sama, marilah berlomba menuju masa depan bangsa. Sadar tanggung jawab, mari kita wujudkan Politeknik Kesehatan Yogyakarta.
Yes, you may be seated. Coming up next, a welcoming dance by the students of the nursing department.
Turun gimana kayaknya. Selanjutnya training kan? Nggak tahu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ila hadratin nabiyyi al-mustafa sallallahu alaihi wasallam wa alihi wa sahibatihi wa umatihi ajma'in lahumul fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan mun'amin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafihu mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa adimi sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain. Allahumma ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim. Duhai Rabb yang Maha Kasih, yang tak pernah pilih kasih, Zat yang Maha Penyayang untuk hamba-hambamu yang selalu Engkau sayang. Pada hari ini kami melaksanakan Yogyakarta International Nursing Conference. Dengan tulus kami bersimpuh memohon kepadamu ya Rabb, mengharap barokah dan ridhamu selalu menyertai kami sehingga acara ini dapat berjalan lancar dan membawa manfaat bagi semua pihak.
Nanti mau gladi habis zuhur apa? Mau gladi. Gladi apa?
Maupun yang tak nampak, baik yang zahir maupun yang batin, baik jasmani maupun rohani. Kami mohon kehadirat-Mu ya Rabb, anugerahkanlah kesehatan, kemampuan dan kesempatan kepada seluruh panitia, seluruh narasumber dan pihak yang lain yang tidak kami sebutkan satu persatu, sehingga ini sukses dan memberkahi. Ya Allah ya Hadi, Engkaulah yang Maha memberi petunjuk. Tunjukilah kami ke jalan yang lurus, jalan yang Engkau ridhai. Bimbinglah kami dalam segala langkah dan usaha, dan berikanlah kami kemampuan untuk istiqomah di dalamnya, dan jauhkanlah kami dari jalan-jalan yang batil, dan berilah kami kemampuan untuk menjauhinya. Rabbana arinal haqqa haqqa warzuqna tibaa wa arinal batila batila warzuqna istinaba. Ya Allah, ya Aziz, ya Ghafur, Tuhan yang Maha Pengampun, ampunilah segala dosa dan kesalahan kami ya Ghafar. Ampunilah segala kesalahan dan dosa kedua orang tua kami ya Ghafir. Ampunilah segala dosa dan kesalahan guru-guru kami, serta seluruh yang hadir, baik secara luring maupun daring. Dan ampunilah segala dosa dan kesalahan para pemimpin kami. Segala doa dan permohonan kami ya Rabb, ya Mujibas Sa'ilin. Rabbana zalamna anfusana, wa ilam taghfir lana, wa tarhamna lanakunana minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah, wa fil akhirati hasanah, wa qina adzaban nar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
you, Mr. Sarka Ade Susana, SIP SCAP MA, for guiding us through this morning's praying session.
Our next agenda, an opening report given by the head of committee, Mr. Tri Prabowo, SKP MSc. Mr. Tri, please come forward.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. The Most Honorable Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta, Dr. Iswanto, respectable Head of Nursing Department of Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta, keynote speakers, Dr. Kiki Arianti Anaya MKes, Director General for Health, Workforce, Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Eva Susanti, SKP MKes, Director General for Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Control, Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia. Our Excellency speakers, first, Dr. Cynthia Wu, Fellow of Hong Kong Academy of Nursing, Professor Hamidah Binti Hasan from Malaysia, Netherlands, Profesor dan Palestina, Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta. And unforgettable all participants of my respected and approach of. First of all, in the name of God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given in the house of and friends. Dear brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, Indonesia is currently experiencing double burden of disease or epidemiological transitions, which is a global phenomenon that is developing silently, but presents its own challenges for developing countries. These conditions need including understanding about communicable and non-communicable disease and how to manage these patients is very urgent to know. Apart from disease and its management, what also needs to be considered in the use of technology to support health services. Digital technology has such an important role in the health transformation. Innovation such as mobile applications, wearable devices, online platforms, and electronic medical records have changed the way we assess health information, monitor physical conditions, interact with health professionals, and manage our health from head to toe. This technology provides an opportunity to be more effectively involved in personal care and take more proactive steps to improve health. By understanding digital pace in the nursing care, we hope that all of our efforts to provide health service can be effective and efficient. Understanding digital pace in nursing care is also useful for the effectiveness and efficiency of nursing services. To make this happen, it is necessary to study scientific studies in various forms such as today's conference. On this occasion, in this occasion, Nursing Department of Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta held an international conference with the theme Management Communicable and Non-Communicable Disease in the Digital Transformation Era Society 5.0. Alhamdulillah, this conference will be attended by famous speakers from various countries who will discuss interesting and important issues. There were 400 participants who participated in this activity. Apart from foreign speakers, there are 55 participants who will deliver oral presentations. Therefore, my appreciation goes to the participants, nurse colleagues that already joined and who have taken the time to participate in this activity. On behalf of committee, I also express gratitude to the speakers who would convey the topic related with really very benefit for our nurse colleagues. As the organizing committee, we apologize if there is anything unpleasant related to these conference activities. We also request to the director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta to give a welcoming speech and officially open this event. Finally, I'm pleased to welcome all participants of international conference. I sincerely hope you will enjoy this conference until the end of the event. I also hope this conference will give a positive contribution for nursing development in the world. Have a nice discussion. Enjoy our moment. Thanks for your participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Tri Prabowo, SKP MSc, for the report given.
Coming next, an opening speech by the Director of the Polytechnic of Health of Yogyakarta, Dr. Iswanto, SPT MKes. Dr. Iswanto, are you with us? Dr. Iswanto, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera, Rahayu. The Honorable Director General for Health Workforce, Ministry of Health, Republik of Indonesia, Ibu Dr. Gigi Arianti Annaya MKM, the Honorable Director General for Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Control, Ministry of Health, Republik of Indonesia, speakers of the first Yogyakarta International Nursing Conference, Dr. Wu Saiting Cynthia, RN, PhD, from the Hong Kong Academy of Nursing Education, Professor Hepzibah Samuel from Anglia Ruskin University, United Kingdom, Profesor Hamidah binti Hasan, Tuanku Abdurrahman University, Selangor, Malaysia, Mr. Mahdi Abil Wahab, MSc, MBPCH, Health Advisor, KIT Royal Tropical Institute, Amsterdam, Netherlands. Mr. Bondan Palestine, SKM, MKep, SPCom from Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta. Vice Director 1, Vice Director 2, and Vice Director 3, Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta and its staffs. Head of the General and Academic Administration Division and Head of Academic Administration Subdivision in the Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta. All heads of departments and study programs in the Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta and its staffs. Participants from Malaysia, the United Kingdom, and the Netherlands, and happy YOINC 2023 participants. Welcome to the first international conference on nursing organized by the Nursing Students Organization and the Department of Nursing, Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta. We thank you for your participation in the conference. We hope that this event can be a place for us to share knowledge from many field studies related to health sciences, especially in the field of nursing. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, communicable and non-communicable diseases are prevalent problems worldwide. Indonesia, in particular, being a developing country, experience the shift of lifestyle in a scale that we have never seen before. This may lead to unhealthy behaviors that could end up in high rates of degenerative and systemic disease such as diabetes, hypertension, stroke, and heart disease. These problems can certainly reduce the quality of life within the community. Other than that, communicable diseases such as TB, diarrhea, dengue fever, leptospirosis is still a serious threat, especially in the children. The Ministry of Health of Indonesia had set forth the pillars of health transformation as an effort to revolutionize multiple fronts of the health sectors. However, it is still our collective responsibility to increase the quality of life within the community. Promotion and prevention are two approaches that are highly imperative, and I'm sure through this conference, to provoking ideas, innovations, and strategies will be offered and discussed. At last, I hereby declare the first Yogyakarta International Nursing Conference officially open. That is all from me. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dr. Ismail for the opening speech.
Before we continue, please enjoy this short video profile of Yogyakarta Health Polytechnic.
Indonesia, known as Nusantara, consists of thousands of tribal islands and millions of diversity, bring millions of hopes and dreams. Here is the place where passion and hopes meet from across the archipelago to nourish the nation. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Yogyakarta, established in 2001, is a fusion of 6 health academies in Yogyakarta, establishing itself as the leading college of health workers in Indonesia. Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Yogyakarta or Poltekkes is a state university under the Ministry of Health known as university that upholds cultural values, nationality, and upholds diversity and prioritize the interests of the nation. Poltekkes, with various works and achievements, we have proven ourselves to always serve tirelessly to produce competent health workers who can carry out their professional performance to make the healthy nation. Poltekkes, which is located in the special region of Yogyakarta, or referred to as a student city, creates a learning climate and academic atmosphere that supports student achievement. Poltekkes continues to grow and develop to become the leading, best health college in Indonesia and aspires to be global by cultivating, implementing, and utilizing education, research, and community service, which are the main goals of higher education in Indonesia, or the Tridharma of higher education, by always being guided by Pancasila values. We carry out education, conduct research, and provide community service by improving science and technology in health sector that is beneficial to society, nation, and state. This is where the nation's best sons and daughters from various backgrounds and variations are given the widest opportunity to gather and build an intellectual community to solve health problems in Indonesia. By mutually enriching the repertoire of knowledge and human values, exploring knowledge from history, processing today, and researching for the future. Poltekkes has 6 departments and 17 study programs, namely Diploma 3, Applied Bachelor, and Professional Education. Supported by 1 professor and more than 149 lecturers who have experience teaching and research in various disciplines of health science and technology, and support from education staff. Poltekkes always develops quality education processes, which national and international standards, producing graduates with global competitiveness. To support competence, knowledge, skills, and attitudes of students, Poltekkes provides various laboratories with sophisticated and modern equipment and technology, so that a strong research culture continues to develop, marked by various innovative discoveries that are useful for society. Poltekkes has pioneered and developed the Science Techno Campus as a manifestation of its ability to create and commercialize various innovative health technology products. As support for conducting establish itself environmentally friendly and pollution-free with a well-maintained layout. The various existing facilities support the development of student talents through student activity units and are encouraged to realize their dreams. To improve services to the community, Poltekkes is given flexibility in financial management based on the economic and productivity principles given the corruption. 6 areas of reform of the bureaucratic reform and has been able to provide quality assurance and quality control of and deploying health volunteers. Various challenges that occurred have led Poltekkes to continue to innovate and change the mindset to maximize information technology for optimal development facilities. This is in the line with the strategy carried out by the Ministry of Health by making efforts for Digital Health Transformation 2024. Success is a journey that requires hard work, smart work, and thorough work, together embracing all potential and diversity into energy for the future for the progress of the nation, country, and the world. Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta. Together, we are ready to transform to heal the country. Poltekkes, excellent, cultured, and worldwide. Indonesia, known as Nusantara, consists of thousands of tribal islands and millions of diversity, bring millions of hopes and dreams. Here is the place where passion and hopes meet from across the archipelago to nourish the nation. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Yogyakarta, established in 2001, is a fusion of 6 health academies in Yogyakarta, establishing itself as the leading college of health workers in Indonesia. Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Yogyakarta or Poltekkes is a state university under the Ministry of Health, known as university that upholds cultural values, nationality, and upholds diversity and prioritize the interests of the nation. Poltekkes, with various works and achievements, we have proven ourselves to always serve tirelessly to produce competent health workers who can carry out their professional performance to make the healthy nation. Poltekkes, which is located in the special region of Yogyakarta, or referred to as a student city, creates a learning climate and academic atmosphere that supports student achievement. Poltekkes continues to grow and develop to become the leading, best health college in Indonesia, and aspires to be global by cultivating, implementing, and utilizing education, research, and community service, which are the main goals of higher education in Indonesia, or the Three Dharma of higher education, by always being guided by Pancasila values. We carry out education, conduct research, and provide community service by improving science and technology in health sector that is beneficial to society, nation, and state. This is where the nation's best sons and daughters from various backgrounds and variations are given the widest opportunity to gather and build an intellectual community to solve health problems in Indonesia. By mutually enriching the repertoire of knowledge and human values, exploring knowledge from history, processing today, and researching for the future. Poltekkes has 6 departments and 17 study programs, namely Diploma 3, Applied Bachelor, and Professional Education. Supported by 1 professor and more than 149 lecturers who have experience teaching and research in various disciplines of health science and technology, and support from education staff. Poltekkes always develops quality education processes, which national and international standards, producing graduates with global competitiveness. To support competence, knowledge, skills, and attitudes of students, Poltekkes provides various laboratories with sophisticated and modern equipment and technology, so that a strong research culture continues to develop, marked by various innovative discoveries that are useful for society. Poltekkes has pioneered and developed the Science Techno Campus as a manifestation of its ability to create and commercialize various innovative health technology products. As support for conductive learning, in addition to other facilities and infrastructure, Poltekkes has established itself as a healthy campus by creating a green campus that is comfortable, environmentally friendly, and pollution-free with a well-maintained layout. The various existing facilities support the development of student talents through student activity units and are encouraged to realize their dreams. To improve services to the community, Poltekkes is given flexibility in financial management based on the economic and productivity principles and the application of sound business practices by establishing it as a public service agency work unit in 2011. Poltekkes has been given the title of corruption-free area as a manifestation that Poltekkes has met most of the criteria in implementing the 6 areas of reform of the bureaucratic reform program and has been able to prevent corruption, collusion, and nepotism. To provide quality assurance and quality control of education, as well as improve the competitiveness of graduates, Poltekkes has received accreditation recognition both from the government through BAN PT. The year 2020 is the toughest year for all countries in the world and has an impact on the joints of life including educational activities. All the face-to-face learning activities must be stopped, student activities cancelled, and people work and worship from home. The world of education has no other choice so that learning can run effectively, namely by making maximum use of information technology. The utilization and development of information technology is a necessity for Poltekkes Yo by adding supporting facilities by continuously adapting and creating online learning applications. As part of the Ministry of Health, Poltekkes Yo is required to participate in efforts to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic by participating directly, forming an officer unit, conducting training for health workers, becoming a vaccination center, and deploying health volunteers. Various challenges that occurred have led Poltekkes Yo to continue to innovate and change the mindset to maximize information technology for optimal development facilities. This is in the line with the strategy carried out by the Ministry of Health by making efforts for Digital Health Transformation 2024. Success is a journey that requires hard work, smart work, and thorough work, together embracing all potential and diversity into energy for the future for the progress of the nation, country, and the world. Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta. Together, we are ready to transform to heal the country. Poltekkes Yo. Excellent, cultured, and worldwide.
A wondrous civilization. Disposed to tranquility. With scenic landscapes bordered by the sea. Here, mythologies become principle. And religions create the cornerstones of life. It is contained in the arts and crafts, where celestial ceremonies become part of popular culture. Legacies of glorious traditions, where folktales are regarded as guidebooks to perfection, honed over centuries, yet possible to experience within a few hours. Experiences you can take home. Here, art preservation is a tourist attraction. History is a living monument. Even shopping is meaningful. See world-famous resorts compete with local means of accommodation, enjoy natural kindness, or the excitement of exploring nature. With endless stories to tell and never-ending feasts. Never-ending possibilities to get more out of life and journeys. Yogyakarta. Wonderful.
Selamat datang di Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta. Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta beralamat di Jalan Tata Bumi nomor 3, Banyuraden, Gamping, Sleman, Yogyakarta. Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta atau Polkesyo adalah institusi pendidikan tinggi vokasional yang menyelenggarakan 17 program studi, baik Diploma 3, Sarjana Terapan, dan Profesi. Jurusan keperawatan sendiri menyelenggarakan program studi yang terdiri dari program studi Diploma 3 Keperawatan, Sarjana Terapan Keperawatan, Sarjana Terapan Keperawatan Anestesiologi, dan Profesi Nurse. Jurusan keperawatan Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta
Last but not least, we will invite our keynote speaker, the Director General of Health Workforce, Dr. Gigi Arianti, MKM. Dr. Gigi Arianti, are you with us? Dr. Gigi Arianti, are you with us? Okay, Dr. Arianti, the time is yours.
Iya, kita masih foto. Tuh, ngomong dulu.
Okay, Dr. Gigi Arianti, the time is yours.
Excuse me, Dr. Gigi Arianti, you are still muted. Could you please unmute your laptop?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting to all of us. Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya. The Honorable Director of Poltekkes Kementerian Kesehatan Yogyakarta, with all the team, invited guest speaker, distinguished participant, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all at the first Yogyakarta International Nursing Conference held by Poltekkes Kementerian Kesehatan Yogyakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, health workforce has a vital role in all aspects of health transformation since they provide access and care of the health services. I think all of us agree about that. However, its biggest issue are related to the availability of the first is the type and a number of the personnel, uneven distribution, and also skill and competence and adequate production in terms of the quality and quantity. These various challenges have a major influence on the achievement of our target performance in health programs. The transformation of the human resources, this is one of our transformation aim to overcome the three issues by the increasing the quality, distribution, and also the quality of the health workers. Health workers such as the nurses are at the front of the implementing health in transformation and providing essential care and support the patient. It is our duty to provide them with the necessary support and they need to carry out their tasks effectively. Investing in their continuous professional development is crucial. Health workers should have access to training program and workshop that enhance their knowledge and skill by equipping maybe the signal is not good. Let me continue my remark. The investing of their continuous professional development is a crucial issue where the health workers should have the access of the training program and also the workshop that enhance with their knowledge and skill. By equipping them with the latest advancement in the healthcare, we empower them to deliver Sorry. Ini unmute kok mukanya gini ya?
Muka.
Gini, gini. Nggak mau.
Ini beda.
Kok ini bukannya ke sini ya?
Izin Pak Direktur, silakan dimulai saja Pak Direktur.
Ibu mau lihat wajah Ibu nggak?
Okay, Dr. Gigi Arianti, are you still with us?
Your video has been.
Okay, sorry, because of the bad signal. Yeah. Let me continue my speech. That first, that we know that health workers such as nurses are at the forefront of the implementing health transformation and implementing health transformation and providing essential care and support to patients. It is our duty to provide them with the necessary support that they need to carry out their tasks effectively. As we know that in future, it is also the necessary to support their well-being by recognizing their effort and addressing any challenges they may face in their professional life. For instance, ensuring job security, fair competition, and also the creating of the conducive work environment. Supporting health worker is also means taking into consideration their mental and emotional well-being. The demands of their work can often be physically and emotionally draining. It is therefore important to provide them with the necessary resources and also initiative that focus on their mental health, such as counseling and peer support group. In conclusion of the practice that we prioritize the support of the health worker in health transformation policy. Without their dedication and expertise, the successful of implementation of this policy would not be possible. Let us acknowledge their contribution and work toward creating an environment that value and support their well-being. Together, I believe we can ensure the transformation of the healthcare system for the betterment of all. And ladies and gentlemen, I think this international conference serves as a platform for the health professional education researchers and students to engage in various discussion, presentation, and workshop, and share their knowledge, experience. As we know that you have some speaker also from abroad, and we will learn the best practice in the field of the Indonesian nursing, especially in the Poltekkes Yogyakarta. I hope all the participants to actively engage in the addressing the current challenging and exploring the opportunity to improve healthcare delivery, enhance patient outcome, and contribute to all overall the development of the nursing profession. As we know, now we need the nursing with the more capability and the special nursing, especially like the oncology nurse, the anesthesia nurse, and something like that. Many hospitals need the special nursing. So I think there's the time for us to discuss about that, how we supply, how we fulfill the gap, the needed of the special nursing. At the end, I would like, I'm sure this event will give the recommendation in order to improve our nursing services for the entire world community in our city, and in also in a global, national, and international needed. For nursing educator, I hope you will be continue to improve for the internal quality assurance, evaluate the curriculum, teaching, and learning process, continue to create to have innovated conductive academic atmosphere, make innovation is an important thing, and breakthrough, so that the nurse produce the quality health worker which can complete both national and globally, and we can achieve the gap competition even in a national or in a global. I know I already told that so many country they need the nurse from Indonesia. So then that is our homework, how we achieve the gap, how we fulfill the gap, so then our nurse ready to go in the national and also in the global. Once again, I express my gratitude to all of those present here today. I hope you can enjoy Yogyakarta. It's one of our beauty city during this conference, and I hope this congress will serve you as a valuable platform for fostering partnership and attaining shared success in the field of the health. Last but not least, hereby I declare the first Yogyakarta International Nursing Conference open officially. Let us share knowledge, experience, and insight of our strategy for more resilient global health system. Believe it that together we can explore opportunity, address the challenges, and also seek the innovation solution to enhance healthcare system in the world. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Santi Santi Om, Nama Budaya. Greeting to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dirjen, for your joining to this event. Terima kasih, Bu Dirjen.
Makasih Pak Is, sorry ya ini sinyalnya nggak bagus.
Ya, kita apa?
Ya, makasih. Sukses ya.
Amin, amin. Terima kasih. Selamat bertugas, Bu.
Ya, makasih. Saya izin live ya.
Ya, baik, Bu.
Thank you, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, MKM, for opening today's event.
Now, moving towards our main event, which are presentations that will be given by our esteemed speakers.
For the first speakers, by Dr. Cynthia Wu, a fellow of Hong Kong Academy of Nursing, and Professor Hamidah Mundur Hassan from the University Tunku Abdul Rahman or UTAR, Malaysia. which will be guided by Nurse Ida Magdalena, SCOP MSI, as our moderator. Before we start, allow us to read your summary of Nurse Ida Magdalena, SCOP MSI CV. Okay, name Ida Magdalena, SCOP MSI, the lecturer of Yogyakarta Health Polytechnic. She has a Master of Human Nutrition Science from Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta,
Yes,
and she won a national award as an outstanding lecturer at Poltekkes level 2014.
You will upload the file for me. No, you share. No. You share the file because.
All right. To Nurse Ida Magdalena, SCOP MSI, please come forward.
Duduk aja kan ya?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity that has been given to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Yogyakarta International Nursing Conference. I'm Nurse Ida Magdalena. It gives me a great pleasure to be the moderator for this conference of the management communicable and non-communicable disease in the digital transformation era 5.0. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, may I briefly introduce to you our first guest speaker from Hong Kong, Mrs. Wu Sao Ting Cynthia, PhD registered nurse. Miss Cynthia, are you in the room now? Hello, Mrs. Cynthia.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Can you upload the file for me? I can't share the file here.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, may I really briefly introduce to you our first guest speaker from Hong Kong.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Cynthia, PhD registered nurse, fellow of Hong Kong Academy of Nursing Education. Mrs. Cynthia graduated with a PhD degree in the School of Nursing, the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, 2006, Master of Health Administration, University of New South Wales, Australia, 1996, Bachelor of Applied Science and Nursing, Curtin University of Technology, Perth, Western Australia, 1990, Registered Nurse, Nurses Board of Western Australia, 1989, General Registered Nurse, Hong Kong Nursing Board, 1986. Her other qualifications are 2016 certificate of the University Christie Certified and Intervention. 2015 Certified Lauter Yoga International University Hong Kong. 2014 Certificate in Becoming an Online Teacher, Educational Development Center, the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Some of her publications are Magnitude and Determinants of Alcohol Use Disorder Among Adult Population in East Asian Country, a systematic review and meta-analysis frontier in public health, exploring the contributing factor of solitary drinking, among Hong Kong Chinese adolescent and young adult. The Descriptive Phenomenology, International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, exploring factors contributing to the smoking behavior among Hong Kong Chinese young smokers during COVID-19 pandemic, a qualitative study, International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, etc. There are a lot of Mrs. Cynthia publication, has received many grants and funds like funded service learning project, funded teaching development grant project. Some of her work like HERS Service Learning Program in School Health under the Service Learning Project, in Collaborative Care in School Health and Safety, Improving Student Experience Award, September 2015. Hang Seng Sustainable Fund, Supporting Students' Initiative in Service Learning, December 2014. And therefore, award Australian Scholarship, Parenting Program of Promoting Healthy Use of E-Technology Device, Outstanding TDG Project Award, Education with a Heart, Service Learning in all. It took 1 hour alone to me to read her curriculum vitae. This is, in this session, Mrs. Cynthia will present the topic about community assessment and primary health care as a strategy to promote health and disease prevention. It takes time for 30 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Mrs. Cynthia. Mrs. Cynthia, time is yours. Mrs. Cynthia?
Yes, thank you very much for your great introductions. And since I'm now sharing my file, share my screen as well, because I think the host will upload the file for me, right? I've sent the file to the host. Will you upload the file for me now? Is it possible?
May help screen share?
Two people.
Can you give the material? Or
Yes, I have sent the material to the host. Have you? Yeah.
Miss Nurul, may you help us to?
Yeah, I've sent the file to the host.
Share this material?
Yeah. Is it uploaded?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
May you share screen by yourself, Mrs. Cynthia?
Yeah, but I can't share my file here because let me see.
Oh, already as a co-host now.
Yeah.
So you can share the material.
Yes, I've sent the material to the host. Have you uploaded for me?
Yes, we can see your screen.
You can see my screen. Okay, see whether I can upload it now. Let me see the conference. I think because the organizers say that they will upload the file for me.
Yes,
right here.
You can see your screen.
No, stop share. Let me see. No, have you okay. Because Sarah should have my file because I didn't have my file here.
We already have your just
let me see. Have you? It's not accessible. Stop share. Yeah. Have you upload my file right now? I can't see my file.
Just a minute. Yeah, just a minute.
Yeah, I've sent the file to the host. Suppose the host will upload the file for me, right?
Yes, right.
Yeah.
Just wait for a minute, Mrs. Cynthia.
Yeah,
Already.
thank you. Yeah.
Can you share?
Yes, thank you. While the host is uploading the file for me, I'm glad to have this opportunities to talk to you all here. And I noticed that most of you are nursing students and also nursing staff in education, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and I'm glad that today is a conference fee for sort of managing the communicable disease and also the non-communicable disease management. And in fact, today I've prepared a file for you and sharing with all of you my experience on controlling the disease, not only communicable, but also non-communicable disease. Yeah. Oh, okay. Very, very good. Thank you very much. Yeah.
You are welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, because I just figured you upload for me. I can't do it here, right? Oh, okay. This is the topic today. Community assessment as a strategy to health promotion and disease prevention in primary health care. I'm Cynthia, and I'm representing not from any universities, but starting from now, in fact, I'm sort of represent myself as a registered nurse and also particularly in community nursing. I'm not too sure how sort of the scope of expansion in Indonesia in community nursing. But I hope that today, after my sharing, all of you may have got some insights from my stories and also my experience, and looking forward to any collaborations, maybe through online or through some face-to-face local practice, so that we can really managing the global health issues as whole worldwide. And we have certain student exchange as well for the program. Okay, therefore, please feel free to email me about any insights or thoughts or ideas that you come through during this sharing. And thanks again for the host to invite me on this topic. And then later on here, let's say here, next slide, please. Next. Yes. Okay. Because I'm not the host, therefore I can't. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. Therefore, today is the outline of my sharing and sort of giving you the understanding of what is community assessment, and then identify some of the components important when we are conducting community assessment, and then how we can make use of these skills to implement some strategies for primary healthcare, particularly in the aspects from the health promotion and disease prevention in nursing and also in the healthcare. Next, please. Okay, first of all, could the audience raise hands? Anyone have already sort of experienced community assessment or have conducted community assessment before? Can you raise hands to let me have some background on the audience? Click the raise hand button. Have concept about community assessment. Any one of you? Okay, no? Okay, therefore, assume maybe it's a new idea for you, but in fact, it is very common practice for us in Hong Kong or worldwide to have some preliminary findings about the community need before we can really propose any appropriate actions or strategies for the community or for the society. Then perhaps you may want to know then what is community health or community health assessment or just community assessment. It is rather an objective and systematic approach to identifying some common needs within the community, and also how we can identify the profile, all right, of the community characteristics. And therefore, this community characteristics is not just restricted by the geographic environment, but rather than some similar belief, values, etc. Okay, therefore, it is regarded as a community characteristics. And how these findings may help us to conduct some service and policy planning, and also using some up-to-date information by observations, by the field sort of practice and interactions, so that we can obtain some up-to-date information and findings. and using some of the valid tools to define target area, okay, so that we can design up-to-date knowledge and also make use of this evidence to design the strategies. Next, please. Okay, therefore, for community assessment in the health promotion, we are more tuned towards to focusing the factors, and the factors may be leading to a positive or negative effect. And what are the factors will be one of the important or significant factors will be the population at risk, who is the most vulnerable populations, and then which agencies can be the collaborators or appropriate collaborators in long-term partnership, and then how we can make use of all these findings to provide the information on prioritize the resource allocation. Next, please. Yes, therefore, you may ask, therefore, what is the function of having a community assessment for the planning of the policy? Okay, in the health promotion and disease preventions in primary healthcare, usually we will identify, as mentioned before, the demographic characteristics of the community. And this will help us give us many objective data for up-to-date health needs, and also the social profile, and also the economic characteristics of that community's population, and also the health status of the individual communities, and also some of these neighborhood populations, etc. And then how the level for health risks can therefore identified with leading us to analyze about the utilization pattern for the health service, and then the environmental and occupational health issues, and then also the expenditures for the healthcare services, and available community health resources, accessibility and acceptability of healthcare resources as well. Therefore, based on these identifications that we can collect from the community assessment, we can sort of having more objective evidence-based picture for leading to some policy making and also strategies. Next, please. Next, please. Next, yeah, thank you. And then for the community characteristics, then what should we look at? And experience from the one community settings cannot be always generalized to another. That means sometimes we may tend to just doing community assessment through some quantitative close-ended questions, and that cannot really reflect the general pictures of individuals. Therefore, usually with the survey, we follow up with some qualitative interview or some face-to-face talk so that we can get some informal data. And with that, we can sort of make some tailor-made plan for some community. And also we identify some subculture differences. Let's say, for example, I don't know whether Indonesia community, you may have many sub-ethnic groups or talking different language across Indonesia, right? Therefore, we can have collect some subculture patterns and characteristics so that we can address the need in a more appropriate way and also more specific manner. And also, during this kind of informal talk or field observations, we can also understand the community beliefs, values, and attitudes, so that when we propose some change or innovative actions to some certain community, they can be more welcoming the changes and also accept the differences in values. Okay, because we work together based on the assessment that we collect from the community. Therefore, this is the idea why community assessment is so important. As previously, I think your organization talked about, we need to engage the partners, all right, and also the public to work together. Therefore, when we understand more about their underlying beliefs and values, therefore they can sort of work together more in long term, and they can be more self-engaging and more active in participations. Okay, next please.
Next, please.
Yes, therefore, when doing the community assessment, we try to having some brainstorming session within the team and also bring in some new ideas among the team members and also some of the public stakeholders. And then these are some of the common questions we start with to brainstorm about the ideas and what should we ask during the community assessment. Therefore, such as, who is the assessment attempting to inform, influence, or persuade? Okay, and therefore this gives us some ideas about whom we should approach or contact for the assessment. And then what purpose is the need assessment? Okay, and then whose needs are to be assessed? Okay, what are the needs we want to identify? Okay, as you know, health is such a broad concept and spectrum. Therefore, we need to be rather specific in order to design the appropriate strategies. And what community resources need to be identified? What questions need to be asked? And also, do you already think you know the answers? How the information will be used? What resources are available to do the assessment? Okay, therefore, these are some slides that you can be referring to later on so that you can see about the motions. Okay, next slide, please.
Next slide.
Yeah, thank you. And methods of community assessment in such a way is such a broad topic, and there are different approaches, as mentioned, leading to different kinds of data and information. Therefore, such as the windshield surveys and using on a ride, and then we have through driving through the community environments, and then we can see the up-to-date pictures and information. Other format is we interview the key informant interviews so that we make sure we can collect the appropriate informations as to the point. Okay, and as said, if we are having the purpose of conducting the assessment is for some government policy or report, therefore, of course, we need to base on some recent updated documents, all right, so that we know about the gap for the service before we can design appropriately about what to ask. Okay, and demographic and epidemiological data, all this will base on some regular reports from the government usually. And we have got the annual census report such as, all right, so that we are not based on something that is outdated, or we have work with some formal report. Okay, therefore, this is a kind of how we can also collaborate with the government as well. As I know that in Indonesia, the nursing departments work closely with the Ministry of Health. Therefore, I think from Indonesian departments, maybe it's more easily for you all to collaborate because you already work together. Okay, but in Hong Kong, we are in separate department. Therefore, we need to have some formal connections first before we can proceed to any further collaborations. This is different. And then conducting the surveys for some background or baseline, and so that we can leading to a more formal and also thorough assessment as a whole. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, therefore, what is windshield survey? I mean, maybe give you a very brief walkthrough about the important points. When we conduct windshield survey, the observer supposed to drive. Okay, in Indonesia, it's such a big area. Therefore, usually I think through driving will be more appropriate. But for Hong Kong, because we are such a small area, therefore sometimes we prefer to walk through some new area, and so that we can see the people, we can talk to the people. Therefore, either is through driving or walking. Yeah, we call it windshield survey. And then for this macro approach, we also can see based on some of the geographic characteristics and boundary, and so that we can, when we doing some formal analysis of the characteristics, we can have some objective information for the boundary that we are focusing on. Okay, and we observe about the housing quality in the community. Okay, next. And then also for some of the next, please. Yes, thank you. Next, yes. And then particularly, you can see that when we want to use the data for environmental planning, okay, therefore, of course, we need to have some very up-to-date information about the utility of the land use and also the translation, etc. Okay, and how we can make it for the change plan to be more appropriately to the point. The people's culture and beliefs are important so that we have the change or innovative plan can have be implemented with the people, not on the people, but with the people is important. Okay, and with some of the purpose of this assessment is because we want to establish some new clinic or service. Therefore, it's easy for us to identify the service gap exactly directly from the public's voice. All right. Therefore, the visual survey gives us this kind of very up-to-date data. Okay, and also we will find that some newspaper news also give us some insight about what will be the most updated service need and public health needs as well. Okay, next, please. Therefore, visual survey is a kind of very common practice or approach for community assessment. And some other source of information is government documents and report that already available online or through the agency. Therefore, this information are essential, and that saves some of the costs and the efforts for assessing the community as well. Okay, next, please. Yes, for the vital epidemiological data, it will be most of the time is from the census report that will be conducted regularly through. It depends about, I think, different countries. In Hong Kong, we have conducted every 4 to 6 years, and therefore we have can make good use of all this data. Okay, next, please.
Next.
Yes, next, yes. And then for this report, we can easily retrieve this information. I'm not too sure whether it will the government report in Indonesia are similar, because these are some essential information or factors leading to some of the surveillance findings, and it is also important for us to monitor some of the quality of the service or whatever based on this information. Okay, next, please. Okay, for the survey. All right, so the survey, we assess the relevant community parameters, and because our survey itself already gives us a set of framework that we based on some effective strategy. Therefore, the survey approach will help us to organize the data, organize in the structure, in some of the theory-based practice. All right, therefore, this approach will lead us to some enforcement in for some particular public health settings, such as the school, public health, in some of the policies they already set maybe by the government, but how we can reinforce further, all right, from the surveys. And then based on the findings from practitioner perspective, or from the community perspective, we can revise the program or some of the characteristics of the community. We can have more informations. Therefore, on and off during the community assessment, we do some interim assessment as well, and so that we can have the more essential findings within based on the ongoing community programs. All right. Therefore, anyway, sometimes community assessment is for collecting the ongoing progress or outcomes of some programs, particularly if it is a new developed programs in school or in public health programs in the community or in some of the non-government organizations. Okay, thank you. Next.
Please
Next.
allow me to remind you
Yeah.
that there are only 5 minutes left.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, can you next? Yeah, I will go through. And this is the demographics. Yeah, that I won't be go through, but I think you can read by yourself about what are the key factors about the demographics. Next. Next, please. And key informants. These are the key informants for the formal interview. Okay, next. Yeah, in fact, this I won't go through because just now we say these are different approaches and these are the different details when we want to, let's say, for example, conduct focus group, how to conduct, and therefore these are some of the baseline information we'll give to the trainers and also our stakeholders so that they know how to be involved. Okay, next. Yeah, and these are some examples that we have been conducting through the community assessment, health risk factors, what are the focus for the school children in school. These are some examples, next, of some of the community assessment. And you will see that all these topics are highly related to the primary healthcare. Therefore, what are the implications for all these findings or approach of community assessment? It is to support the need of the collaboration relationship. We want to make the sort of a primary healthcare partnership be a long-term, and then as you see, the primary healthcare practice is not just one-off. Usually it is a carry-on motions, and then it need to be sustainable. Okay, therefore, with this kind of community assessment practice, we can upkeep the long-term relationship and also upkeep the continuity of the evidence generations, and so that we can have a well-planned health program. Okay, next, please. Okay, and how to identify the strategies in meeting the needs. Based on the information or community assessment data, we can focus on this 4A. Appropriateness, how appropriate it is in terms of the problems and needs, how available will be the service, how affordable will the service be, and also whether people accept the change of the service and how good it is integrated with our recent findings and evidence. Next, please. Okay, therefore, this is for us to set the priorities as well. Next, please. Yeah, and these are some pictures that we, based on the community assessment findings, to design the appropriate programs in school. Next, please. And some of the addressing the food label and food safety, that will be the concern from the government. Next, please. And then the school health environment, we are not just focusing on the classroom learning, but also we try to make some change in the school environment and using some green planting, expand the green area. And also we try to make use of some of the technology up to date using Tammy robot for innovating some of the health education change. Okay, next, please. Yeah, okay, these are some feedback from school participants, stakeholders. They welcome our new program and also some of the new primary healthcare programs to make some changes in their misconception, to correct their misconceptions, and also their family involvement. Okay, next, please. Yeah, next, please. Yes, and also change their healthy lifestyle eating, all right, and increase their vegetable intake, motivate the public to read the nutrition label, how to play safe in the food safety, be responsible for their own health. All this they appreciate about this kind of new change. Okay, next, please. Yes, and we have some challenges and opportunities from all this innovative primary healthcare practice. Okay, next, please. And the challenge will be interdiscipline input, and we have innovations to some of the change of the community health practice as well. Next, please. And all these changes, in fact, is not only for preventions, but in fact, for interdisciplinary secondary care and also tertiary care is the same. Okay, but anyway, for the primary healthcare practice or actions, it seems it's more easily to engage the public rather than just from the professional. Therefore, this will be highly promoted in our community. Okay, next, please. And make the collaboration become successful. Okay, these are some of the updated references that you may take a look, all free, is online available, so that you know about the whole ideas. And we make it into publishable articles so that we can exchange online internationally. And also, if you are interested in having some actual field collaborations, it is have also opportunities for us to make it. Okay, and during the COVID particularly, we make this primary healthcare change program to sort of increase the happiness and anxiety and reduce the anxiety and stress among the school children. Okay, and how the student cannot have a face-to-face home visit. Therefore, we use of some of the technology, tele, and also robot to have some online face visit. And in fact, this paper particularly, we collaborate with the Cambodian community, Cambodia, all right, in a rural area. And this is based on the Cambodia experience and then move to Indonesia. Therefore, if you are interested to look at this paper, because this is for the Indonesia community. Therefore, hopefully, I don't know whether you would like to have a similar experience exchange with our students as well in future. Okay, therefore, next, I will go through the conclusion. Yes, that is, in fact, why I'm delighted to have this opportunity to share our experience so that we may have some, looking forward to some collaborations. We join hands to work together for the global health. Okay, thanks for listening, and thank you for the host to give me such opportunity to share with you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the question time will leave left at the end. If you have any questions, I will wait till the end to address questions. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Cynthia, for giving such an informative and comprehensive presentation for the first part. Now we know that to promote health and disease prevention, can start community assessment and primary healthcare as a strategy. Now, if anyone has any questions, I'm sure Mrs. Cynthia would be pleased to answer them at the Q&A after the second session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the second part of this session. Professor Hamida, can you hear me and join in this Zoom?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. May I briefly introduce to you our second guest speaker, Professor Dr. Hamida Hasan. Her currently is working as nursing lecturer at the Department of Nursing, M. Kandia Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, University Tunku Abdul Rahman or UTAR. She started her career in 1993 and she completed her PhD in 2009. She held several important posts in the academic field, Dean of the School of Nursing, Chairman of Malaysian Passport Nursing, Malaysian Ministry of Higher Learning, Chairman of Malaysian Nursing Council of Ministry of Higher Learning. Throughout her career, she has received several outstanding awards of excellence. Among the awards she never at all thought to get was an outstanding international award from the Australian Ministry of Education in 2010. The International Endeavour Award enabled her to continue her journey as an academia and pursuing her postdoctorate program with the University of Adelaide in South Australia. In 2012, she had been appointed as a consultant at the United Nations IAEA, Vienna, Austria. Professor Dr. Hamida Hasan has been in the nursing field for 44 years. Wow. She has a specialization in midwifery and general nursing, and much of her time is devoted to the academic field. Also, she is obligated to the following 7 universities and one word organization institution. She has contributed her and expertise of the following organization, which have given her an extensive experience and intricacy of education, especially in the field of nursing. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we continue now? Yes. We are now going to listen to the second part of presentation by Professor Hamidah. The topic is It's All About Education and Training in Promoting and Preventing Communicable and Non-Communicable Disease in the Digital Era. To Professor Hamidah Binti Hasan, for 30 minutes from now, please go ahead. Mrs. Hamidah? Okay. Time is yours. You still mute. I'm sorry.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to say thank you very much for the organizing committee from the nursing department, Poltekkes. Susah nak menyebutnya, Poltekkes
Kemenkes
Yogyakarta. Thank you, and with the collaboration of the nursing student organization. Thank you so much. Allow me to off the video. Yeah, because I would like to prefer to talk when I cannot see my own face. You see, can I do that? After that, when I finish, I will on back the video. Should I do that?
Okay.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see your slide.
Yes.
Already co-host for a family.
Yeah. All right. Allow me to just this is please allow me to introduce my university where I'm working, because probably following this session we may have some more collaboration to go along, I thought. So let me introduce these two university this university that we have two campuses. One is in the north of Malaysia, and one is in the middle of Malaysia. The north of Malaysia, it has a very beautiful campus, main campus, where the university is surrounded by the lakes. It is a man-made lake, but it is really beautiful, and we have our own teaching hospital which has already been operated. And currently, I'm in the middle of the university in the middle of Malaysia, that is in Selangor. We hardly go to the Perak campus. Anyway, let us start with our main business. I'm sorry to Ibu Nurun, I have to change a bit of the title of the study, but without changing the meaning of the whole concept of the presentation. So the title for my study is for my presentation is about to empower nurses and patients in the prevention of communicable diseases in the era of digitalization. The gist of my presentation is this is to empower the new generation first before we could empower the nurses and the patient. So this presentation is focusing on the preparedness of education and training for the new generation in the era of digitalization. This is the scope of my presentation. Little bit about communicable disease in the perspective of nursing, communicable disease in the digital era, empowering the new generation in prevention of communicable disease, and then a few models from model of empowerment from the Malaysian perspective. Let me recall, although everyone knows about communicable disease, it is an infectious disease that caused by microorganisms such as bacteria, viruses, and fungi that spread directly or indirectly from one person to another. So this is definitely the definition from the WHO. So sometimes when we teach students about our nursing student about communicable disease, we tend to deviate the phrases. How do we phrase the definition? This is the most of the nursing perspective, the definition of a communicable disease under the perspective of nursing. It says it is one that is spread from one person to another through a variety of ways that include contact with blood, bodily fluid, breathing in an airborne viruses, or being bitten by insects. So we also would like to look at under the student's perspective. Students like to define a communicable disease or anything in their own way. They characterize it. They said communicable disease is diseases that spread from one person to another. Diseases that are catching. Instead of infectious, they start catching, caused by germs and pathogen. Probably this is what we understood by what student is saying. But anyway, whatever it is, when we talk about communicable disease, the gist of it is the spread from one person to another. So the main cause of the spreading of communicable disease, especially in this era, the blame goes to the climate change. It seems climate change is one of the major factors in the emergence of diseases in most parts of the world. Every small increase in global heating will result in increased risk of the new disease. Wow, this is terrifying. It is also certainly added on growing disease burden and fueling the spread of the infectious disease and aggravate to many other health problems. So despite our medical advances, infectious diseases are spreading around the world. Why? It is said that between 20 to 30 and 20 to 50, the years of 2030 and years to 2050, climate change is expected to cause around 250,000 additional deaths per year due to the malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, heat stresses, according to WHO. And by 2050, it is said that diseases carried by mosquitoes will reach to 500 million people. This is another terrifying thing to hear. So many literature supported that the main factors contributing is the population growth, migration, international travel, poverty, wars, destructive of ecological changes, development, and land use. So throughout the 21st century, we see the whole range of severe infectious disease outbreak, leaving a devastating impact on our life and livelihood around the globe. 2003 is SARS, 2009 swine flu, MERS, Ebola, Zika, and the last one is the land from now is devastating COVID-19 pandemic. For the 2030 onward, we should predict something will happen. Well, there's another quick question and answer done by Professor Dr. Greg Gray, a professor of medical and global health with the Helio. There was a question, what is next after the COVID? He said there are tremendous opportunity for either another respiratory virus to crop over man. He outlined the potential future pandemic threats, including influenza, coronavirus, and so forth. One of the key lessons that we learned from COVID pandemic is the importance of preparedness. The COVID-19 pandemic has emphasized the critical importance of preparedness at all levels, from the individual household to national government and the international community. And inside the policy of preparedness, education and training are one of the items that I mentioned in the concept of preparedness to ensure that people know what to do and respond effectively during the crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, we are already in the industrial year. Kita perasan tak perasan, we are already industrial in IR 5.0. This is about reintroduction of human and mind into the industrial structure, whereby the human and machine reconcile berbaik-baik dan collaborate to benefit from the new production and efficiency. What happened in the year 2030? In the year 2030 is a year where it serves as a focal point for setting goals and addressing various global changes. In 2030 also it is said that the AI is taking a much more sophisticated move as human. We will start to trust at that time that machine can fly the planes, machine can diagnose the diseases, and machine can manage financial without supervision, without human interference. I think at that point of time too, our new generation will fill the workforce vacancy in the healthcare system when the baby boomers like me will leave the profession. This generation of nurses in the healthcare system is the youngest generation group of the digital era. They are students of the digital age, we call it, where the information are all at their fingertips. They are, we call also Generation Z, the youngest group who was born between 1997 and 2012. And they are also not, we call it Zoomer. Currently, they are in the late teens to mid-20s, and many of them are in the process of pursuing higher education and career path. They are the generation of digital native who live in the 20th and 21st century, and they are the generation who have not seen the world without technology. So there's a study done in excuse me, something obstructing me. Can somebody help me? There's a study done in Malaysia about the Gen Z, done by Dr. Azmi Marsh in 2000, way back in 2016. It is about hungry, Gen Z, he said, hungry and impatient for success and self-starters. Well, what they found out in the study, that they want easy life and interesting way of making things in a fast way. They also want to start something new. They wanted to turn their hobby into a full-time job, and they want to start their own business from the hobby they have developed. The conclusion of the study, Dr. Azmi mentioned that the next generation of Malaysians to enter the workforce will be the entrepreneurial, hyper-connected, and impatient for success, representing a challenge for companies looking to hire in the next decade. This is what is happening. So the conclusion of the study may also same with other studies across the world. But the question is, what is the future of all the professional programs in the coming days, including nursing, if everybody wants to turn their hobby into a full-time job? There's another study by something obstructing my. This is Zoom. There's another study done by a Malaysian Ministry of Education in 2023. The study result found that this generation, the students' interest in both mathematics and science are decreased to 70% at SPM level. SPM level is equivalent to 11th grade of American education. So they are not interested in continuing their study. The result of the study alarmed everybody in Malaysia, including the Prime Minister. There was a fierce instruction from the Prime Minister. He said, find a way to attract students' interest in the science and mathematics. So the Malaysians are now looking at this perspective. Especially the National Academy of Science in Malaysia, they are now looking at the SPM level student, STPM student level who are not interested in their study, basically in mathematics, science, and not interested in the study. Oh, I can't push. What obstruction? Just hang on. Well, I would like to explain what is happening to the learning trait of this Gen Z. So before we really can go into our empowerment of this Gen Z, this Gen Z, they have this good character: social, multitasker, entrepreneur, educated, philanthropist, native in digital, very interactive, technology savvy, less focused, and they are very cautious. But the funny thing, they have things that they don't like in the learning environment. They hate lack of engagement. They don't like overwhelming workload. They don't like the environment that is lack of relevance because there's nothing to do with them. They don't like it. They don't like stagnant resources like traditional way we used to do things. They don't like excessive assessment or testing on them. They don't like the lack of inclusivity. They value the diversity. I have a problem in pressing my slide from time to time. From time to time, I have to get assistance from my assistant over here. So I really cannot, you see, I really cannot move. I'm not sure why it goes like that. In order to be more specific about coming close to our main topic is to talk about is, my question now is, how do we prepare this coming generation who are coming into the healthcare system, basically nursing? So this is the question, a big question. How should we empower the general Gen Z in terms of preparedness, in terms of prevention and controlling of communicable disease, if we need to comply to their needs of learning in this era of digitalization? What I'm trying to say is, how do we impart the knowledge of chain infection, the control infection, and the care of the care and promoting the infectious disease? How do we do it? Because we know that empowering our nurses, student nurses, with the right knowledge, right skill, right method of delivery in their education will contribute to the well-prepared and competent healthcare force in the future. This is crucial aspect in preparing of this generation healthcare professional, which later will monopolize the technological advancement that are transforming into our healthcare landscape in the future. The question I would like to impose is, perhaps there are questions asking to me, why not we reinforce this empowerment strategy on the existing nurses who are now struggling? I'm struggling to read because of the obstruction appear on and off by Zoom. In fact, these existing nurses are the ones who are struggling in controlling and prevention of the communicable disease. Why are we not empower them in terms of knowledge, in terms of strategy in curbing the communicable diseases? But the reason simply are the needs for the nurses to adapt. They need to adapt because they are not in this new generation. They are probably in the millennium, and part of them, they are baby boomers probably. So we need time to recruit them in terms of technology, which can be time consuming. It takes nurses away. We take them away. For the recruitment, we take them away to balance up the technology and the care. So due to the overload of information, we distract the nurses, the old generation of nurses. So empowerment initiative to be succeeded, there must be a robust training infrastructure in place, which may be lacking in some of the healthcare system. So to succeed this era, individual and organization must be willing to adapt, innovate, and embrace the learning trait of the needed by the. We have to embrace whatever they want into their learning. This is what I'm trying to say. Therefore, the uniqueness of the learning trait of this generation Z must be considered seriously in order to meet the healthcare progress in the future, as nothing is going back the same as before in the digital area. The new technologies and innovation are consistently emerging, disrupting the status quo and creating a new opportunity and challenges. At this point of time, I suppose only the Gen Z will adapt it well. With this globalization, global digitalization, they are the one who benefit most in the future. So how do we transform the new teaching into the new technique of teaching, so that the student will empower the knowledge in terms of communicable diseases such as notification, early diagnosis, reporting, isolation, quarantine, disinfectant, chemo, all these jazz. How do we transform it? It's not going to happen with lectures and tutorial. This is going to happen in a different way. It is said that our job is to maintain, to assist the student. We are the facilitators. We need to understand how to engage them, how to stimulate their thinking, how to develop rapport and trust, and how to help them in steps towards the professional world. This is what they want. Actually, this is what they request for. So we used to have, let's say, way back, we used to have like, we are talking about breaking the chain of infection and controlling the risk. This is our main topic. This is the detailed content previously. So our intended learning is prevention and education, screening, implementation, administration of vaccine, care and treatment, surveillance and reporting. This is what we want them to do. And our strategy will be lectures and presentation. Or that's all the most that we can do. But now, the same thing, the same topic, when we impose to the student, the same intended outcomes, the teaching techniques has to change. Many of us already turn to evidence-based approach, experiential learning, collaboration learning, and constructive learning. This is what they want, the Generation D, in order for them to empower the knowledge and all the messages that we are going to impose them. So this is part of that. I think everyone knows about this collaborative strategies, activities, collaborative activities with the community, providing the nursing student a well-rounded and practical education. From this way, with the collaboration activity, really we can see, I personally see that it is a fantastic technique of empowering the knowledge to our students. This experience empower our students to make a meaningful and impactful of learning in preventing whatever we want them to do. Another one is interactive that goes beyond the traditional lectures and reading matter. By engaging in discussion, simulation, in practical exercise, students can develop knowledge, skill, and attitude needed to effectively to prevent whatever we want them to do. This is basically away from the classroom environment that induce fun in learning. So this is basically, it's a framework that I have. When I draft this framework, I feel regret that I have not done much to my student previously. Through this, the same topic, breaking the chain of infection and controlling the risk of infection, the intended outcomes, this is what we want. So when we diversify the strategy into active engagement, into authentic learning experience, into reflective practice, into collaborative learning approach, this is really, the job of us is not really difficult. Our job is to only assist them, but to structure the main learning intention, and to make sure that the student empower the learning. It is very important to us that we have to turn ourselves as a teacher, not only depending on lectures and tutorial or presentation, because the new generation love this active engagement, reflective practice, collaborative, and so forth. This is another way, another model that I want to share. This is my last bit on my slide, I think. I want to share the model of empowering the student, which is currently and massively implemented by all universities in Malaysia, whether it is in a small scale or in a larger scale. All universities are deployed to grasp the concept of empowerment through collaboration, through engagement, and so on, to provide active learning approach to the younger generation. We have already started it. This year is massively done. So this is, we have like, they call it, let me close it. The most recent one is Program Semarak Siswa Madani, Sasar Perkara Jati Diri Mahasiswa. It was launched recently in 21st June in 2023, which I can convert into Bahasa English language, which I think many may not be able to understand. It is something like energetic university program targeting on students' strong identity of empowerment, of empowering, initiated by the Malaysian Ministry of Higher Learning. This Madani means it's our way, our style, see, they call it. This actually is the initiative that bring innovation and new ideas to the community and focusing on the close tie between the student and the community. I think many countries have started this, including Indonesia, I think. But this is the launching that trigger everyone, reinforcement of the importance of empowerment. This is certainly, we appreciate by initiated by the Ministry of Higher Learning in Malaysia. So one of the program is outreach program. Everybody does the same thing, outreach program, but it's just that we reinforce it. So most public university in Malaysia, we choose this outreach program. They choose Japan for this outreach program, I should say, because Japan has a work ethic, work quality, and high discipline practice, pure values, and best quality in management. This is now we are eyeing. We have done it ever since in our late previous Prime Minister. We have already turned to the East, melihat kepada Japan. Yeah, that is one of the strategy of Semarak Madani. Another one is the small work done in the University of Malaysia Sabah, where the nursing developed a mini health education project in a pusat kesihatan. The students learn to collaborate with the other healthcare system, whatever you want them to develop their learning outcome. There they learn they learn to collaborate with the healthcare providers, the staff, and the community for this project, which is, I think, is very interactive. And we also have some sharing expertise in our local community, run recently by one of the University Technology Malaysia. This is the opportunity, the open opportunity for the student and the university staff to develop their skill and talent. And this program has become a service channel platform for the expertise and skills development university student within the nearest. They develop it within their community, the nearest community that they have. So for UTA, we are busy lately with the use of STEM and STEAM to empower students learning about health in Utah. So I would like to introduce about the STEAM. The STEAM, we are busy with boosting up the student in learning science, mathematics, the program, the subject that the Gen Z student doesn't like it. We are imposing it through the STEM workshop. So these are the one that I can say the strength of Utah. And in Utah's nursing, we are busy with boosting up the mental health program. We call it STEAM. STEAM means science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. So we have doing various techniques of developing the good mental health among the secondary school students to face the challenges, the current challenges. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry for the obstruction and so forth, that the presentation is not so smooth. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, conclusion for this presentation is focusing on the new generation in the context of digital health empowerment for disease prevention is a strategic approach. It is not only focusing on prevention and controlling of communicable disease per se. the use of the concept of empowerment for learning and learning atmosphere among the younger generation through digital is worthwhile. While the existing generation, we facilitate them with the existing learning content. With that, I should say thank you very much for listening, and I'm so sorry again, once again, for all the interruptions. Thank you.
You are welcome. That was a very comprehensive presentation from Professor Hamida. Ladies and gentlemen, after we know all about education and training in promoting and preventing communicable and non-communicable disease in the digital era, now it's time to have a discussion with our speaker. We've come to the question and answer or discussion session. For next, I invite those who have raised their hand to open the microphone and mention to whom your question is addressed. Please, all participants, if any question, please raise your hand or unmute your microphone. Prof. Hamida, could you stop share screen?
Struggling now.
Host can make participant speaking. Yeah. Now can you unmute your microphone?
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you for
there
time.
For Siam Ani Poltekkes Raya.
Okay, good morning all. Thank you for the
Morning.
has given me the time to ask. I would like to ask to Mrs. Cynthia Wu that has presenting about the community. I just want to ask, in our community, I come from Central Borneo, Central Kalimantan. In our community that had bad habit in alcoholic drink. So in many ceremonial traditional party, they have habit to drink alcohol. I want to ask to Mrs. Cynthia Wu, there are any strategies to give intervention to this kind of community? And then the second one, about the prioritize our problems community. Are there any ways or any how to scoring the prioritize the problems in our community? Thank you. That is my questions.
Okay, for Mrs. Cynthia Wu, are you clear? We can hear your voice. Please unmute your speaker.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Yes. Thank you for your question. It's an excellent question about how we can address a specific community needs. Alcohol drinking is not such a great problem in Hong Kong, but just now I hear from you that excessive drinking is an issue. And in fact, the effective strategy to our experience is really listen to individual voice, because the cause of excessive alcohol drinking is very individualized. And that may be a family influence, that might be stress, that might be the culture, etc. But on the whole, depending on the age and also whether they are children, adolescents, or adults or elderly, 4 different population group, they need different strategy. Therefore, if the government or we would really like to be effective, first of all, as we mentioned, we need to adopt the mixed method of the community assessment. That means we focus on the most vulnerable groups, okay, and then we know about why they're interested in drinking, right? We need to focus, first of all, about what motivates their behavior, rather than telling them the rational things. Because I think all of us now, we know about the disadvantage and the risk factors about drinking alcohol, about smoking, about all others risk, taking health risk diseases. Yeah, therefore, focus on the individual voice and then tailor-made some community program. And in fact, it is not costly. And in fact, it's not the cost, but it's the time. Okay, therefore, if you're interested, we can collaborate about this program through online or Zoom, so that we can in fact make a program that is effective and then engage the nursing students. Just now I heard from Sharon, the engaging nursing students is also one of the very effective approach, because nursing need to learn, and then their voices sometimes can affect the public. In fact, more touching. You know, sometimes the public, if they are advised by some of the effective strategy by the nursing student, by the young generation, in fact, they're motivated to change rather than professional. Okay, and that's less costly. Therefore, you may try about this week, because we try it in Hong Kong, it is more effective. We ask the elderly to quit smoking. Professionals tell them to quit smoking. It is not so effective as their grandchildren to ask them to quit smoking, right? Therefore, we may think about how to engage the public. And alcohol also is already many research evidence that the increase of the number of alcohol drinking, the higher risk to cancer is leading to death, in fact. Therefore, I think all this evidence will threaten the public as well, and they will be eager to save health, save costs. The linkage of the health costs can telling them they in fact saving their own money, you know, because when they drink less, they smoke less, the health is healthier, and therefore the cost to the health service, medical, they will spend less. Therefore, link up with the money incentive. Therefore, gradually they will reduce or eliminate all the health risk behavior. That works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's a very detailed answer to the questions, Mrs. Cynthia Wu.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Syam Ani, for the question. We still have one question from Khairunisa Afidayani. Please unmute yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. I have a question for Mrs. Cynthia Wu.
Oh, yes, welcome.
Yeah, what is the biggest challenge you have experienced while you do the community assessment? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, we face many challenges, and also we treat them as opportunities. Is the time, because if we work with the school have their own program, and they always think that health is not their agenda. Or secondary school in Hong Kong, they think that the main major responsibility is to enhance the academic performance. And therefore, we need to reinforce, to tell the teachers, academic performance, in fact, is highly related to their health status. Therefore, we need to collaborate with the teachers. In fact, not a concern. I mean, children is easily to work with. but the teachers, how we can reduce the workload instead of adding the workload when they're taking for health promotion. Therefore, the challenge is how to reduce the workload for the teachers, as well as spend less time for the classroom time. Therefore, we promote health during the lunch hour, during the after school class, so that we relieve some of the teachers' workload instead of adding workload on them. Similarly, if we work with the non-government organizations, the same principle. We relieve the workload for the NGO, for the non-government organization, or from the government. Okay. Therefore, if they are happy that you are relieving my workload, therefore they will be more happy to work with you. Otherwise, they just think that why should I work with you? Okay, I'm doing fine, but because we want to promote some effective strategy and test out about the outcome. Therefore, another challenge is we need to be able to face our failures as well. Even failures program, we need to report so that we know about what making it successful, what making it fail. All right, therefore tell the truth and genuinely share among the collaborators. Okay, therefore that takes time because, as you say, we need trust and also the time. Okay, so that people will be willing to work together gradually. All right, and so that make it a successful program, rather than just wasting time to do something that's not effective. Right? I think it's the similar principle across the world. We try to make a strategy that we can work less, but more effective. Okay, therefore, anyway, engaging public is one of the very true picture that we can do less, cost less, and more effective. Yeah. Okay, and that requires some wisdom. Not try for one or two. We need to be long-term practice. Yeah. If I answer your question, I'm not too sure. Is something that we are experiencing. Yeah, in fact.
Yeah, that was excellent point by Mrs. Cynthia Wu. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to receive so many questions from yours, and due to time limitation, we are going to select 2 questions. Now let us. Okay. Apparently, we still have numerous questions or a topic to be discussed. However, due to limited time, we need to end our discussion session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end part of this session. To Mrs. Cynthia Wu and Prof. Hamida, are there any final talk before we end today's session? Not yet? Yeah. I would like to thank the speakers, Mrs. Cynthia Wu and Professor Hamida, for their informative and interesting presentation, and also to all the participants for their active participation. Please give applause for the speaker and for you all. Thank you very much. I should remind everyone that we will be seeing you again on the second part of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, may I thank you very much for your active participation in this session. I hope you enjoy this session. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So
Thank you.
see you all later, and thank you very much. Over to you, Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, thank you. I'm leaving you as well. Okay, thank you very much for your invitation.
Thank you for guiding us through an interactive session with Dr. Cynthia of Hong Kong and Professor Hamidah Bindu Hassan of Malaysia.
As a short way, let us show you a company profile from our sponsor, PT Raja Wali Musindo.
Udah. Bisa duduk Kak. Wah.
Bisa juga diganti dengan mode-mode yang ada tersedia. Demikian perkenalan ventilator gratis dari kami. Terima kasih Sobat Musindo.
Presentation will be given by Dr. Tirsa Vera Junita, MEP, as the chairman of the Brain Disorder Working Team under the Directorate of Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Control. She will be moderated by Nurse Abdul Majid Eskap MKUP. Before we start, however, let us read a summary of our moderator's CV. I, Nurse Abdul Majid Eskap MKUP, was born in the 15th of May of 1967. He's now the head of this Diploma 3 study program of nursing from Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta. He completed master's degree at University of Indonesia in Jakarta. He is now working as the head of the Diploma 3 study program of nursing. Dr. Tirsa Vera Junita MEP, are you with us currently?
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi.
Alright, terima kasih. For Nurse Abdul Majid Eskap MKUP, please come forward.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Still stay with us all participants. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. The Most Honorable Director General of Health Employment Republic of Indonesia, the Excellencies, Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta, Honorable Head of Nursing Department, and Honorable of our speaker in this session, Mrs. Dr. Tirsa Vera Yunita. Good morning, Mrs. Dr. Tirsa Vera Yunita.
Good morning.
Are you stay with us, Ma'am?
Yes, of course.
Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Abdul Majid. I am glad to be the moderator for in the International Nursing Conference with the title New Insights Strategies to Promote, Prevent and Control Communicable and Non-Communicable Disease in Indonesia. Amazing, this moment is wonderful moment. There were a lot of participants. Ladies and gentlemen, before the event start, first I would like to read a brief introduction our speaker. Beliau adalah Dr. Tirsa Vera Yunita sebagai Ketua Tim Kerja Gangguan Otak Direktorat Jenderal P2M Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia. Selanjutnya, Bapak Ibu, Saudara sekalian, partisipan, dari daftar 10 penyebab kematian terbesar di Indonesia, data dari Kementerian Kesehatan tahun 2015, di dalamnya ada penyakit menular dan penyakit tidak menular. Menariknya, ada beberapa pergeseran ya, pola penyakit yang terjadi di Indonesia jika dibandingkan dengan awal tahun 90-an. Penyakit tidak menular merupakan penyebab kematian terbanyak baik di Indonesia maupun di dunia. Hal ini menunjukkan adanya pergeseran atau perubahan pola hidup masyarakat dan fokus pencegahan pun harus kita ubah. Ya. Selanjutnya, untuk lebih detail, ya. For more details, let's listen and pay attention together. Explanation of the material. Mari kita dengarkan dengan seksama penjelasan dari Ibu Dr. Tirsa terkait dengan materi pada siang hari ini. Please welcome Ibu Dr. Tirsa, time is yours.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Najib. Izin panitia saya menyampaikan presentasi dalam bahasa dan saya share screen sendiri. Ya, kami menyampaikan permohonan maaf karena Ibu Direktur Pencegahan dan Pengendalian Penyakit Tidak Menular yang sejatinya akan menyampaikan materi ini, namun karena beliau sedang di lapangan dan sepertinya gangguan internetnya cukup menyebabkan kesulitan, jadi mewakilkan Ibu Direktur saya menyampaikan paparan yang kami persiapkan untuk beliau. Ya. Penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia berdasarkan data dari Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation tahun 2019. Di sini stroke, penyakit jantung iskemik, dan diabetes merupakan tiga besar penyebab kematian di Indonesia. Ini terdapat perubahan dari tahun 2009 ke tahun 2019, di mana 5 besar penyakit penyebab kematian di Indonesia, 4 diantaranya disebabkan oleh penyakit tidak menular. Berdasarkan data riset kesehatan dasar tahun 2013 ke tahun 2018, terdapat kenaikan di semua penyakit. Kenaikan prevalensi hipertensi, obesitas, diabetes, stroke, dan ginjal kronis meningkat baik dari tahun 2013 ke tahun 2018. Untuk beban pembiayaan, BPJS Kesehatan juga mencatat tingginya beban pembiayaan oleh karena penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia yang mencapai angka 24 triliun. Terbesar disebabkan oleh penyakit jantung, kanker, stroke, dan gagal ginjal. Berdasarkan data baik Riskesdas maupun studi diet total, perilaku masyarakat yang menyebabkan meningkatnya risiko penyakit tidak menular adalah merokok, kurang aktivitas fisik, kurang sayur dan buah, konsumsi gula, garam, dan lemak yang berlebih. Berdasarkan studi diet total tahun 2014, 4,8% masyarakat Indonesia mengkonsumsi gula lebih dari 50 gram per hari, 52,7% masyarakat Indonesia mengkonsumsi garam lebih dari 2.000 gram per hari, dan 4,8% masyarakat Indonesia mengkonsumsi lemak lebih dari 67 gram per hari yang disyaratkan sebagai konsumsi normal. Untuk permasalahan rokok di Indonesia, yang pertama adalah meningkatnya perilaku perokok pemula. Dari hasil Riskesdas 2013 sampai 2018 terdapat kenaikan prevalensi perokok pemula di mana tahun 2013 7,2%, meningkat menjadi 9,1% di 2018. Sementara berdasarkan estimasi Bappenas, angkanya akan meningkat sampai 16% di 2030. Sementara target RPJMN di akhir 2024, prevalensi perokok pemula 10-18 tahun adalah 8,7%. Kemudian berdasarkan hasil dari Global Adult Tobacco Survey tahun 2021, prevalensi perokok dewasa terus meningkat, di mana sekitar 70,2 juta atau 34,5% orang dewasa di Indonesia menggunakan produk tembakau. Dan penggunaan rokok elektrik juga meningkat 10 kali lipat dari 0,3% di 2011 menjadi 3% di tahun 2021. Risiko kesehatan penyebab kematian akibat rokok juga meningkat. Rokok membunuh 290.000 orang di Indonesia setiap tahunnya karena penyakit kanker paru, karena PPOK, karena penyakit jantung, karena penyakit diabetes, dan juga stroke. Kemudian permasalahan rokok berikutnya adalah lemahnya pengawasan produk tembakau, di mana diperlukan pendelegasian tugas wewenang kepada satu lembaga belum tepat dan fungsinya. Peran BPOM hanya tersegmentasi pada pengawasan pictorial health warning dan tidak adanya koordinasi yang jelas antara kementerian lembaga terkait. Untuk permasalahan kanker di Indonesia, data insiden dan mortalitas 10 kanker terbanyak di Indonesia adalah kanker payudara, kanker leher rahim, kanker paru, dan juga kanker kolorektal. Kanker terbanyak pada perempuan adalah kanker payudara dan kanker leher rahim, sementara kanker terbanyak pada laki-laki adalah kanker paru dan kanker usus. Hampir 70% kasus kanker ditemukan pada stadium lanjut. Jika didiagnosa lebih awal, sebenarnya kanker ini 9 dari 10 penderita akan bertahan hidup 5 tahun setelah didiagnosis. Namun jika ditemukan pada stadium lanjut, hanya 1 dari 10 penderita yang bisa bertahan hidup 5 tahun setelah didiagnosis. Untuk kesimpulan, penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia ini sebagai silent killer, hanya 3 dari penyandang penyakit tidak menular yang terdeteksi, dan hanya 1 dari 3 penyandang penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia yang berobat teratur. Kami di Kementerian Kesehatan meluncurkan transformasi sistem kesehatan tahun 2021 sampai 2024, di mana terdapat 6 pilar transformasi. Yang pertama adalah transformasi layanan primer, termasuk di dalamnya untuk edukasi, pencegahan primer, pencegahan sekunder, meningkatkan kapasitas dan kapabilitas layanan primer. Transformasi yang kedua adalah transformasi layanan rujukan untuk akses dan mutu layanan sekunder dan tersier. Kemudian transformasi yang ketiga adalah transformasi sistem ketahanan kesehatan, Yang pertama, meningkatkan ketahanan sektor farmasi dan alat kesehatan, memperkuat ketahanan tanggap darurat. Kemudian transformasi keempat adalah transformasi sistem pembiayaan kesehatan dengan regulasi pembiayaan kesehatan yang bertujuan tersedia, cukup, dan berkelanjutan. Kemudian transformasi SDM kesehatan, yaitu penambahan kuota mahasiswa, beasiswa, dan kemudahan penyetaraan tenaga kesehatan lulusan luar negeri. Kemudian transformasi yang keenam adalah transformasi teknologi kesehatan, yaitu pengembangan dan pemanfaatan teknologi digitalisasi dan bioteknologi di sektor kesehatan. Kebijakan penanggulangan penyakit tidak menular sesuai yang terdapat dalam Peraturan Menteri Kesehatan Nomor 71 Tahun 2015 terdapat 4 pilar kebijakan, yaitu pertama, promosi kesehatan. Diharapkan terdapat perubahan perilaku dan pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui pendekatan edukasi. Kemudian yang kedua adalah deteksi dini, dilakukan identifikasi dan intervensi sejak dini faktor risiko dengan metode terbaik yang sesuai dengan kebutuhan dan sumber daya. Yang ketiga adalah perlindungan khusus untuk penyakit tidak menular. Saat ini sudah ada perlindungan khusus vaksinasi HPV untuk pencegahan kanker leher rahim yang diawali dengan proyek demonstrasi, namun sekarang sudah menjadi program nasional vaksinasi HPV kepada murid kelas 5 dan kelas 6 SD. Kemudian pilar yang keempat adalah penanganan kasus berupa pemerataan akses dan mutu melalui sistem pengampuan dan rujukan. Untuk pelayanan kesehatan primer, kita punya paket screening kesehatan yang terdapat dalam integrasi pelayanan kesehatan primer, di mana screening penyakit tidak menular dimulai dari usia 6 tahun.
Lanjut, Bu Dr. Tirsa.
Terpencet keluar, maaf. Iya. Untuk screening kesehatan penyakit PTM mulai dari usia 6 tahun melalui penjaringan kesehatan dan pemeriksaan kesehatan berkala anak usia sekolah. Jadi mulai dari 6 tahun sudah ada pemeriksaan deteksi dini obesitas, deteksi diabetes mellitus, deteksi dini hipertensi, juga pemeriksaan kesehatan indera pendengaran dan indera penglihatan. Serta juga ada pemeriksaan atau deteksi dini talasemia bagi keluarga dengan penderita talasemia mayor. Kemudian di usia dewasa sudah ada pemeriksaan yang lebih lengkap, yaitu pemeriksaan kanker leher rahim dan kanker payudara untuk usia 30-50 tahun, wanita usia 30-50 tahun. Kemudian juga ada screening stroke dan screening jantung bagi penyandang diabetes dan hipertensi yang dimulai usia 40 tahun ke atas. Ya, semua program pengendalian penyakit tidak menular terdapat indikator baik di RPJMN maupun di Renstra Kemenkes. Ada indikator RPJMN, ada 2, yaitu persentase merokok penduduk usia 10-18 tahun, yang targetnya nanti di ujung di tahun 2024, persentasenya ada di 8,7%. Kemudian prevalensi obesitas pada penduduk umur lebih dari 18 tahun, yang diharapkan di tahun 2024, prevalensi obesitas usia dewasa di Indonesia adalah 21,8%. Ya, terdapat juga indikator terkait penyakit tidak menular di Renstra Kementerian Kesehatan, yaitu jumlah kabupaten kota yang melakukan deteksi dini faktor risiko. Diharapkan setiap tahun seluruh kabupaten kota di Indonesia melakukan deteksi dini faktor risiko penyakit tidak menular. Kemudian indikator yang kedua adalah jumlah kabupaten kota yang melakukan pengendalian faktor risiko. Di sini pengendalian yang diharapkan adalah pengendalian terhadap penyakit diabetes mellitus, hipertensi, dan juga upaya pengendalian merokok. Diharapkan di akhir Renstra 2024 terdapat 90 kabupaten kota di Indonesia yang melakukan semua 3 pengendalian yaitu diabetes mellitus, hipertensi, dan upaya berhenti merokok. Kemudian ada indikator kinerja kegiatan yang terdapat di dalam Renstra Kementerian Kesehatan, yaitu persentase penduduk sesuai kelompok usia yang dilakukan screening PTM prioritas. Jadi di sini ada 9 penyakit yang bisa dilakukan screening PTM prioritas di masyarakat, yaitu untuk screening obesitas, diabetes, hipertensi, kanker payudara, kanker leher rahim, gangguan indera, stroke dan penyakit jantung, serta PPOK. Harapannya di tahun 2023 ini ada 70% penduduk kelompok usia yang dilakukan 9 screening tersebut, dan di akhir 2024 ada 90% penduduk Indonesia sesuai kelompok usia yang dilakukan screening 9 penyakit. Kemudian jumlah kabupaten kota yang melakukan pelayanan terpadu PTM di lebih dari 80 puskesmas. Diharapkan nantinya puskesmas tidak hanya melayani orang yang sakit, namun orang yang sehat dan datang semua ke puskesmas dilakukan deteksi dini PTM dan masuk dalam program Pandu PTM. Diharapkan di tahun 2023 ini ada 411 kabupaten kota yang melaksanakan Pandu, dan diharapkan di akhir 2024 seluruh kabupaten kota, yaitu 514 kabupaten kota, melakukan pelayanan terpadu di lebih dari 80% puskesmas. Kemudian indikator yang ketiga yaitu persentase penyandang hipertensi yang tekanan darahnya terkendali di puskesmas ataupun FKTP. Harapannya ada 63% penyandang hipertensi di tahun 2023 ini yang tekanan darahnya terkendali, dan diharapkan di akhir Renstra tahun 2024 ada 90% penyandang hipertensi yang tekanan darahnya terkendali. Begitu juga untuk persentase penyandang diabetes mellitus yang gula darahnya terkendali. Di tahun 2023 targetnya 58%, namun di akhir 2024 targetnya juga mencapai 90%. Sementara ada 2 indikator terkait pengendalian merokok, yaitu jumlah kabupaten kota yang menerapkan kawasan tanpa rokok di Indonesia. Target di 2023 ini adalah 474 kabupaten kota, sementara di akhir 2024 diharapkan seluruh kabupaten kota sudah menerapkan kawasan tanpa rokok. Begitu juga untuk kabupaten kota yang melakukan upaya berhenti merokok, pelayanan upaya berhenti merokok ini dilakukan di puskesmas ataupun FKTP. Diharapkan di tahun 2023 ini ada 275 kabupaten kota yang sudah memiliki puskesmas melakukan upaya berhenti merokok, dan di akhir 2024 terdapat 350 kabupaten kota yang puskesmasnya memiliki upaya pelayanan berhenti merokok. Ini alur pengendalian penyakit tidak menular mulai dari masyarakat sampai di rumah sakit. Di masyarakat ada awareness dan deteksi dini, yaitu melakukan peningkatan pengetahuan dan perilaku masyarakat, edukasi, kegiatan promotif preventif. Kemudian di layanan primer atau di FKTP mulai dilakukan deteksi dini baik oleh nakes, kemudian juga penegakan diagnosis sesuai kompetensi, kemudian lanjut ke tingkat FKRTL, jadi ada penegakan diagnosis lagi, baik menentukan seseorang itu mengidap penyakit tidak menular ataupun tidak menular, kemudian juga dilakukan tata laksana kasus, termasuk di dalamnya kegiatan paliatif. Ya, ini masuk ke transformasi kesehatan tingkat sekunder, di mana ada stratifikasi dan jejaring pengampuan, yaitu dilakukan identifikasi kompetensi rumah sakit dalam pelayanan 10 penyakit prioritas termasuk penyakit tidak menular, yaitu masalah kesehatan prioritasnya jantung, stroke, kanker, dan ginjal. Dilakukan kompetensi rumah sakit karena kompetensi rumah sakit yang belum merata, sistem rujukan yang belum optimal, dan terbatasnya sarpras dan alat kesehatan, maka dibentuk stratifikasi dan pembentukan jejaring pengampuan. Ya. Ini jejaring pengampuan untuk jantung, stroke, kanker, dan ginjal. Jadi ada 3 strata rumah sakit, yaitu rumah sakit madya, rumah sakit utama, dan rumah sakit paripurna. dengan masing-masing kemampuan. Jadi kalau untuk jantung dan stroke di Rumah Sakit Madya dia mampu diagnostik invasif dan intervensi non bedah. Kemudian di Rumah Sakit Utama harus mampu melakukan bedah jantung terbuka dan bedah syaraf terbuka. Kemudian di tingkat Rumah Sakit Paripurna mampu melakukan pelayanan bedah jantung dan intervensi non bedah jantung dan saraf yang advance. Kemudian untuk kanker di Rumah Sakit Madya mampu melakukan bedah tumor dasar dan terapi sistemik. Rumah Sakit Strata Utama harus mampu melakukan terapi radiasi, bedah kanker stadium lanjut dan terapi sistemik. Sementara di Rumah Sakit Paripurna mampu melakukan terapi kanker komprehensif dan mutakhir, misal dilakukan microsurgery and proton terapi. Kemudian untuk penyakit ginjal di Rumah Sakit Madya harus mampu melayani hemodialisis dan CAPD, mampu melakukan terapi batu saluran kemih dewasa dengan teknik invasif minimal, serta mampu screening dan diagnostik keganasan urologi. Sementara untuk strata Rumah Sakit Utama, mampu melayani hemodialisis dengan teknik khusus, mampu screening calon transplantasi ginjal, dan mampu terapi keganasan urologi. Sementara di strata Rumah Sakit Paripurna untuk penyakit ginjal, mampu melakukan transplantasi ginjal dan mampu pelayanan bedah kelainan kongenital ginjal. Sebagai rangkuman, peran keperawatan sesuai dengan penyakit tidak menular, kami bagi lokus komunitas, lokus FKTP, dan lokus FKRTL. Di lokus komunitas diharapkan peran promosi kesehatannya untuk melakukan edukasi pencegahan faktor risiko, pola makan, rokok, aktivitas fisik, dan obesitas. Kemudian menjadi pemicuan perubahan perilaku sebagai agent of change penyakit tidak menular. Kemudian terus melakukan kampanye germas, cerdik, rumah tanpa rokok, desa tanpa rokok, dan keren tanpa rokok. Kemudian untuk deteksi dini atau screening di komunitas, melakukan identifikasi faktor risiko, kemudian dilakukan deteksi dini PTM, termasuk di dalamnya ada pemeriksaan tekanan darah, gula darah, pengukuran IMT, kemudian dilakukan melalui posyandu, baik posyandu di tingkat kelurahan, desa, maupun institusi perkantoran, sekolah, kampus, dan organisasi. Kemudian di komunitas, tata laksana yang bisa dilakukan adalah intervensi perubahan perilaku dan melakukan kunjungan rumah. Kemudian di tingkat FKTP untuk promosi kesehatan dilakukan edukasi patuh berobat atau untuk minum obat, kemudian tetap dilakukan edukasi perubahan gaya hidup dan edukasi pada saat kunjungan rumah atau PISPK, program PISPK. Untuk di FKTP sudah ada perlindungan khusus yaitu pelaksanaan vaksinasi HPV untuk mencegah kanker leher rahim bagi anak SD kelas 5 dan kelas 6. Kemudian untuk kegiatan deteksi dini atau screening dilakukan deteksi dini penyakit tidak menular di FKTP juga. Kemudian pemeriksaan dilakukan juga prediksi faktor risiko penyakit tidak menular yang mulai dilakukan di tingkat FKTP. Untuk tata laksana dilakukan pengobatan sesuai standar PPK maupun PNPK yang ada, kemudian penanganan pasien rujuk balik dan juga melakukan kegiatan rujukan. Untuk di FKRTL, promosi kesehatan tetap dilakukan, yaitu melakukan edukasi patuh berobat atau minum obat dan konseling perubahan gaya hidup. Kemudian juga tetap dilakukan deteksi dini penyakit tidak menular dan deteksi dini komplikasi. Kemudian untuk tata laksana dilakukan penanganan rujukan yang berasal dari FKTP. Kemudian tetap dilakukan penanganan pengobatan sesuai standar yang terdapat di PPK maupun PNPK, serta penata laksanaan komplikasi dan menerapkan penanganan rujuk balik sesuai indikasi, serta penguatan jejaring rujukan pelayanan PTM sesuai rumah sakit pengampuan yang sudah ditetapkan. Ini slide terakhir dari saya, Pak Najib. Sekian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mrs. Dr. Tirsa, for your presentation. Terima kasih atas presentasinya. Materi yang sangat luar biasa dan ini sangat mengena untuk kita semua. And the next for our participant, if you have any question, you can raise hand or you write on chat room. Silakan kepada seluruh peserta, apabila ada pertanyaan bisa raise hand atau mencatat di chat room. Masih ada waktu kurang lebih 10 menit. Ini materinya sangat luar biasa terkait dengan penyakit menular maupun penyakit tidak menular. Silakan. Ya, ada from Mr. Joko Tigo. Silakan. Ya. Silakan Mas Joko Tigo. Masih dalam posisi mute. Oke. Ya.
Oke, baik Bapak, apakah suara saya terdengar dengan jelas?
Terdengar clear, Mas Joko.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih. Mohon maaf sebelumnya saya izin menyampaikan pertanyaan saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Jadi pertanyaan saya terkait dengan tadi Pak, upaya-upaya untuk pengendalian penyakit tidak menular pada masyarakat, khususnya yaitu terkait dengan penyakit yang diakibatkan oleh rokok. Nah, sudah banyak sekali kegiatan-kegiatan ataupun tahapan-tahapan yang dilakukan untuk dilakukan agar masyarakat itu tidak merokok ataupun sedikit menekan angka rokok pada masyarakat, mulai dari memperdayakan masyarakatnya sendiri melalui beberapa kegiatan, terus kemudian peraturan-peraturan terkait dengan adanya KTR, terus kemudian keluarga bebas rokok, desa bebas rokok, dan semua kegiatan-kegiatan yang sudah dilakukan. Namun sampai saat ini masih banyak sekali masyarakat yang tidak aware ataupun masih ketergantungan pada rokok dan tidak menghiraukan terkait dengan himbauan-himbauan yang sudah ada ataupun sudah dilakukan tersebut. Nah, bagaimana upaya-upaya lain yang mungkin bisa dilakukan, karena apabila satu upaya itu tidak berhasil, mungkin masih bisa ada upaya lain yang mungkin bisa dilaksanakan seperti itu, Pak. Karena dari sektor kesehatan mungkin sudah berusaha secara maksimal, namun masalah terhadap rokok ini memang sangat sulit untuk diatasi seperti itu, Bapak.
Iya, pertanyaannya panjang sekali, ya. Ini dan sudah clear terkait dengan perilaku merokok nih, Dr. Tirsa. Pertanyaannya, apakah ada upaya-upaya lain yang selama ini sudah diprogramkan oleh pemerintah, tapi masih banyak yang belum aware tentang perilaku merokok ini? Silahkan kepada Ibu Dr. Tirsa.
Ya, terima kasih. Untuk pengendalian rokok, jadi kita bagi tingkatannya ya. Jadi kalau di tingkat pusat, kami punya kewajiban untuk menyiapkan kebijakan. Jadi kebijakan pengendalian rokok ini sebenarnya sudah tertuang di mana-mana. Yang paling tinggi sudah tertuang di RPJMN. Kemudian untuk di tingkat pusat juga untuk menekan angka perokok, sebenarnya kami melakukan kebijakan pengenaan cukai pada produk tembakau. Jadi di setiap tahunnya sebenarnya cukai itu juga sudah meningkat. Itu salah satu upaya dari sisi kebijakan untuk mengurangi perilaku merokok. Jadi kalau cukainya naik, harga rokoknya juga naik, otomatis sebenarnya pembeli akan berpikir-pikir untuk membeli rokok tersebut. Namun sebenarnya tiap tahun cukai itu juga sudah naik terus. Di Indonesia bisa dicatat cukainya terus naik, tidak pernah cukai itu stagnan tahun ini, dan rencana tahun depan cukai rokok juga pasti akan naik. Itu salah satu upaya dari sisi kebijakan. Kemudian juga edukasi masyarakat. Edukasi masyarakat, kami di Kementerian Kesehatan beberapa tahun terakhir sudah tidak bergerak sendiri. tapi kami melibatkan komunitas-komunitas yang memang concern terhadap pengendalian tembakau. Dan juga komunitas tersebut bukan hanya komunitas usia dewasa, tapi sudah bersama komunitas muda. Jadi siswa, mahasiswa, forum mahasiswa itu kami libatkan, dan mereka memang concern dan bergerak terus ya untuk pengendalian tembakau ini. Ini sebenarnya dalam rangka juga sebelumnya ada PP 109 yang akan kami revisi, namun dengan adanya Undang-Undang Kesehatan maka akan kami tuangkan juga di RPP turunan dari RUU Kesehatan. Kemudian selain komunitas, kami juga di Kementerian Kesehatan melibatkan tenaga kesehatan. Jadi kader itu kami bekali edukasi dan cara untuk menghadapi perokok. Jadi kalau di Posyandu kan ada pertanyaan,
Mikrofon masih di mute, Ibu Dr. Tirsa. Ya. Masih di mute lagi. Mohon izin untuk Dr. Tirsa untuk di unmute karena suaranya belum kedengaran. Atau mungkin ada gangguan sinyal, Bu Dokter?
Iya, minta maaf, suaranya nggak keluar, Pak.
Oh iya, silakan Bu Dokter.
Ya, untuk di pelayanan kesehatan kami juga membekali kader, bukan hanya membekali tenaga kesehatan, juga sampai membekali kader dengan berbagai leaflet untuk menyampaikan edukasi ke masyarakat, terutama yang paling dekat kader di Posyandu. Jadi setiap kader di Posyandu punya buku saku, punya leaflet untuk memberikan edukasi masyarakat. Kemudian juga masyarakat bisa mengakses layanan upaya berhenti merokok. Jadi ada nomor quit line bebas pulsa bagi masyarakat yang masyarakat melakukan konsultasi untuk upaya berhenti merokok. Begitu yang kami sudah coba kerjakan sambil terus-menerus melibatkan komunitas dan masyarakat ya. Karena tanpa komunitas dan masyarakat luas, tugas Kementerian Kesehatan akan sangat berat untuk pengendalian rokok ini. Demikian Pak Najib jawaban saya.
Terima kasih Ibu Dr. Tirsa yang sudah menjawab pertanyaan dari Saudara Joko Tigo. Mudah-mudahan bisa menjawab pertanyaannya ya. Ada pertanyaan lagi Bu Dokter dari Pak Paulus Subianto. Ini di dalam chat room. Izin bertanya Dokter Tirsa, berdasarkan paparan dokter, apa saran bagi dunia pendidikan tinggi tenaga kesehatan agar pencegahan dan penanganan penyakit menular dan tidak menular di Indonesia, ya, penyakit menular dan tidak menular di Indonesia. Monggo.
Ya, izin karena kami membagi pilar penanggulangan penyakit menjadi fungsi promosi kesehatan, kemudian fungsi deteksi dini atau screening awal penyakit, kemudian perlindungan khusus dan penanganan kasus. Jadi dunia pendidikan berperan di semua pilar tersebut. Kita mampukan, kita kompetensikan diri kita untuk berperan di 4 pilar tersebut. Jadi berperan juga di tingkat promosi kesehatan, berperan juga di kegiatan screening, kemudian juga di perlindungan khusus dan di penanganan kasus. Terutama untuk saat ini dengan adanya transformasi sistem kesehatan di Indonesia, di mana layanan primer ditingkatkan, jadi kompetensi kader ditingkatkan, otomatis nakesnya, tenaga kesehatan juga harus ditingkatkan. Jadi peran perguruan tinggi yang menghasilkan para tenaga kesehatan juga harus mengikuti transformasi yang sedang berlangsung. Kemudian juga kompetensi terkait dengan adanya program transformasi kesehatan rujukan, di mana rumah sakit dimampukan terhadap sebenarnya 10 prioritas penyakit, tapi terkait dengan penyakit tidak menular ada 4 prioritas penyakit yang rumah sakitnya harus mampu melaksanakan terkait penyakit jantung, stroke, kanker, dan penyakit ginjal. Jadi sebagai perguruan tinggi yang juga menghasilkan tenaga kesehatan harus mengikuti kemampuan yang dipersyaratkan minimal bagi rumah sakit tersebut. Jadi walaupun dalam program pengampuan rumah sakit, Kementerian Kesehatan dan Rumah Sakit Nasional Pengampu juga nantinya akan melakukan peningkatan kapasitas nakesnya. Namun baiknya juga mulai dari pendidikan, nakes itu sudah ditingkatkan kemampuan dan kompetensinya. Demikian Pak Najib.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Dokter. Ada sedikit tambahan pertanyaan. Kira-kira menurut Pak Paulus, kompetensi dosen dan mahasiswa yang diharapkan dari Kementerian Kesehatan terkait penyakit menular maupun penyakit tidak menular itu seperti apa, Bu Dokter? Jadi kompetensi yang diharapkan dari dosen dan mahasiswa.
Ya, dari dosen dan mahasiswa kita lihat kalau promosi kesehatan tidak banyak perubahan sebenarnya ya Pak. Maksudnya teknologi kita harus bisa memanfaatkan teknologi melalui media sosial, jadi tidak hanya melalui sekarang teknologi untuk edukasi ternyata tidak cukup dengan penyuluhan langsung, tapi masyarakat Indonesia banyak mengakses media sosial. Jadi kemampuan kita membuat edukasi promosi kesehatan melalui media sosial itu juga harus ditingkatkan. Kami juga di Kementerian Kesehatan harus mampu membuat infografis maupun video edukasi yang bisa diterima masyarakat, baik melalui platform Instagram, Facebook, bahkan TikTok saat ini. Itu juga berarti harus meningkatkan kompetensi kita melakukan pembuatan atau membuat edukasi masyarakat yang bisa cocok dengan platform media sosial. Kemudian yang kedua adanya perkembangan teknologi deteksi dini ataupun screening. Sebagai contoh untuk penyakit tidak menular saat ini deteksi dini untuk penyakit kanker leher rahim tidak hanya cukup melalui IVA test ataupun pap smear. Sekarang ada teknologi menggunakan pemeriksaan HPV DNA yang berbasis pemeriksaan PCR. Jadi otomatis kompetensi dosen dan mahasiswa di bidang tersebut yang berhubungan dengan bidang tersebut juga harus ditingkatkan. Jadi kita menyesuaikan teknologi, teknik yang ada baik untuk promosi kesehatan, deteksi dini, maupun penanganan kasus. Jadi untuk penanganan kasus seperti yang sudah ditetapkan untuk progres pengampuan, tenaga kesehatan, misalnya perawat, untuk merawat yang dilakukan ditempatkan di rumah sakit kategori dasar, utama maupun paripurna, berarti mereka harus punya kompetensi tersebut. Harapannya lulusan pendidikan tenaga kesehatan Indonesia minimal dia bisa masuk ke dalam stratifikasi rumah sakit yang dasar, mempunyai kemampuan atau kompetensi untuk melaksanakan pekerjaannya di rumah sakit tingkat dasar. Begitu Pak Najib.
Oke, terima kasih atas paparannya. Semoga pertanyaan dari Pak Paulus bisa menjawab. Oke, because time session is enough. One more I say thank you Mrs. Tirsa. Thank you for your attention for all participants. It is useful. That is all from me. Thank you so much for coming. I am so sorry if there are any shortcoming. Demikian presentasi pada sesi kali ini. Terima kasih atas segala partisipasinya. Sekali lagi, one more I say thank you Mrs. Dr. Tirsa. Mudah-mudahan bermanfaat untuk semuanya. Waktu kami kembalikan kepada MC. Good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Najib dan para panitia.
Terima kasih Bu Dokter.
Thank you to Nurse Abdul Majid SKMK for guiding us through an interactive session with Dr. Tirsa Tera Junita, MEP. For our next presentation will be given by Mr. Bondan Palestine, SKM MKEP, SPCOM from Yogyakarta Health Polytechnic, which will be moderated by Nurse Sapta Rahayu Noamparani, SPD SKEP MKEP. But first, allow us to review a summary of our moderator's CV. Nurse Sapta Rahayu Noamparani, SPD SKEP MKEP, was born in Tegal at 6th of November 1967. She finished her professional education as a nurse in Universitas of Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, and she finished her Magister of Keperawatan from Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. Now she works as a lecturer at the Department of Nursing of Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta. To Ms. Sapta Rahayu Noamparani, SPD SKEP MKEP, please come forward.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Halo, tergoda.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you today? Fine, thank you. I hope fine, thank you. Mr. Bondan and Mrs. Hasna. Okay, thank you for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the first Yogyakarta International Nursing Conference. My name is Sapta Rahayuno Amprani, and I will be leading this session. This presentation is 7 minutes long, consisting of 19 minutes of presentation and 15 minutes question and answer. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? The presentation is about to begin. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to this presentation. In the occasion, we will like to have presentation from Mr. Bondan Palestine SKM SP.com with the title Digital Application for Communicable and Non-Communicable. Good morning, Mr. Bondan. How are you? Alhamdulillah, and good. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Before the presentation begins, allow up to introduce the presenter. This is Mr. Bondan Palestine, SKM SP.com. He is the head of the Department Nursing Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the presenter to deliver the presentation. All right, Mr. Bondan, time is yours. Okay.
Thank you, Miss Rani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank the host, moderator, Miss Rani, and Miss Hasna, and chairman of the first Yogyakarta International Nursing Conference, Mr. Tri Prabowo, for the chance that has given to me. An honor to meet you on this beautiful day. Now I would like to share about its LP, Fast Easy. Its LP is Skor Lansia Produktif or Productive Elderly Scores. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this application is based on the Android platform. Yes. Not yet iOS platform. First in Android, and was developed based on my team research. Yes, 3 people from Poltekkes Jogja and my friend from Poltekkes Surabaya. So our research have the title Empowerment of Elderly Groups through Pospindu, based on active elderly determination and holistic nursing towards increasing elderly productive in East Java and Yogyakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, what the meaning of Pospindu? Maybe in Indonesian is commonly we use Pospindu. So maybe our friends for abroad will ask what the meaning of Pospindu. Yes, Pospindu is an integrated monitoring and early detection activity for a non-communicable disease. Yes.
non-communicable disease risk factors like heart and blood vessel disease, diabetic, acute obstructive pulmonary disease, and cancer. I'm sorry. So, as well as disorders to accident and act of domestic violence, which are managed by the community through integrated guidance. Posbindu is a form of community participation, like community groups, organizations, industries, or maybe campus, and so on. Promotive and preventive efforts to detect and early control the existence of the risk factors from a non-communicable disease in an integrated manner. Ladies and gentlemen, so I use from NCD to name non-communicable disease. Posbindu activities are maybe monitor risk factor with NCD regularly and periodically. Regularly means the habit of checking your health condition even if you are not sick. Periodic means that health checks are carried out periodically. Second one, counseling on NCD risk factors regarding diet, physical activity, smoking, stress, and so on. The third one, interactive counseling or dialogue according to the most common problems. So, fourth one, joint physical activities such as joint sport, community service, and so on. And then referral of risk factor case according to clinical criteria. Ladies and gentlemen, we have framework. Yes, we have framework. We have framework consists of two parts. Yes, antecedents and outcome. Oh no. Second slide. Yes, slide before. Yes, this one. Ladies and gentlemen, we have consists of two parts, antecedent and outcomes. Yes, a wider set of antecedents derives from the World Health Organization model, from the productivity in later life model. We retain the specification of productive behaviors as intermediate outcomes, and outcomes to individuals and society as ultimate outcomes. We do not include here the major concept of individual and institutional capacity because they are represented more directly by a wider set of determination. So the antecedents include 4 types of determinants: socio-demographic, economic, physical environment, and public policies and programs. These determinants influence the productive behaviors of working, volunteering, and caregiving. These activities are viewed as intermediate outcomes, which in turn affect and the ultimate multi-level effect on individual, families, communities, and society. Ladies and gentlemen, moreover, the socio-cultural context is included indicator is self-confidence. We have five we have five questions. The questions positive questions, 3 items, and negative questions, just 2 questions. And next, the second indicator is responsible. Yes, we have 4 positive questions and 1 negative questions. Next. At the first indicators, looking ahead, we have 5 indicators, sub-indicators, I mean. There's 3 positive questions and 2 negative questions. The next. Yes. The first indicators, environmental adaptation, we have 5 questions too. There are 4 positive questions and just 1 negative questions. Next, please. Yeah. At the 5 indicators, we have 5 item or sub indicators that we have 4 positive questions and 1 negative questions. So the next one. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, maybe you can check at your phone. You can open the Play Store. Okay. Maybe we upload at the Play Store maybe three weeks ago. Okay. So that you can maybe choose is LP Fast Easy. Yes. There's questions for maybe nurse and elderly. Yes, you can choose as a nurse or elderly. So on the next slide, please. Yeah. Okay. Not works, right? Yes, okay. Loading. Okay. The Zoom become elderly maybe. Yes. Yes. Okay. I have born as a patient man. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So, on the what the meaning of layar? Screen. Yes. On the layar, you can watch an SLP. Maybe if you are installing this application, but ladies and gentlemen, we just make Android application first. Yes. We have we don't, I mean, make iOS platform yet. Yes, jadi baru ini apa namanya? Android. Yes, just Android only. Yes, you can register to this application, and this application using in bahasa because our client is Indonesian. Yes, especially elderly Indonesian. Yes. So the next one. Okay. This I mean apa tampilan views of this application. Yes. So the next one. Yeah. Okay. The next is finally is apa resume. Yes. Resume for the application. So we will see of categories. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I think is for my or our presentation. Finally, it's been a great discussion with you all. We don't feel like we are the ones who presented something, but we all did. Thank
in right. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to question and answer session. There will be 2 sessions, and each session raise your hand. Proses digital pada komunitas ya Pak ya. Hal yang baru ini, monggo, very interactive. Ada Okay, thank you for the time. I'm very interested with. Okay. And my question is it the application how we can apply the application for the people that they can something like the smart application Android, yeah, Android apply if the people have the trouble atau the miscommunicate atau the acknowledge the knowledge about this one, yeah. Okay.
Miss Nurun La Asara. Yes, Cikgu. Yes. Thank you. Inshallah, September, no. I mean October, first week, yeah, of October. We will arrange to of Kota Yogyakarta. Our, I mean, dinas yes, health officer and puskesmas. I think in Kota Tin, or maybe 21, yeah, 21 puskesmas. Puskesmas Kota Jogja, yes, Kota Jogja. To games, and then I hope our application can I mean ini ya, apa namanya, puskesmas, dan tentunya di pos her operate the application. I think, yes, thank you.
Okay. Please. Okay. Enough. Okay. Mr. Bondan. Please stand.
We know that the aging population resulting in higher the proportion of the region is highest elderly population in Indonesia, especially in Sleman. Yes, Sleman. So health services are needed to support the health needs of the elderly. However, many health services for the elderly were closed temporarily due to the COVID-19 pandemic and switched to online. So the level of acceptance of the elderly to telemedical services is quite high. The elderly already feel the need of willingness to use telemedicine in the form of consultation via WhatsApp or maybe Android or iOS applications. We suggest that the local community or we must immediately provide telemedical service using WhatsApp or Android or iOS application that are easily accessible and understandable by the elderly. Thanks to all of you for your for your attention to my presentations. Yes. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bondan. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we come to the end part of our presentation. We would like to say thanks again to presentation for informative and interesting talk and to the audience for active participation. Hopefully, the presenter will be benefit for everybody. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nice to meet you. I have to Mr. Yeah, matur nuwun.
Bentar ya. Dari hitungan 3.
Thank you, Nurse Sabto Rahayu Namprani, SPD SKMK, for guiding us through an interactive session with Mr. Bondan Palestine, SKM MKP SPECOM of Indonesia.
Respected speakers, participants, and everyone present in this conference, we will have a brief break. The seminar will begin again at 12:30 Jakarta time. Thank you.
Masih ada yang dari itu, masih ada ini gunung yang dari pihak peluk itu. Ya, kalian kan enggak. Anggarannya boleh masuk langsung enggak, Bang? Ya, kalau orang nanti kan nunjuk. Enggak kelihatan kan saya. Ini nanti ini.
Ulupes kuntul baris, kuntul baris, lukis kuntul baris. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa, istimewa negerinya, istimewa orangnya. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa, Jogja istimewa untuk Indonesia. Rungono iki kotro, saka Yogyakarta, negeri paling penak, rasane koyo swarga, ora peduli donya dadi neraka. Nek kene tansah independen lan merdeka.
Tanah lahirkan tata untuk rakyat, di mana rajanya bercermin di kabur rakyat. Demikianlah singgasana bermartabat, berdiri kokoh untuk mengayomi rakyat.
Memayu hayuning bawono, soko zaman perjuangan nganti merdeka. Jogja istimewa bukan hanya daerahnya, tapi juga karena orang-orangnya. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa, istimewa negerinya, istimewa orangnya. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa, Jogja istimewa untuk Indonesia.
Tabur wis ditabur suling wis muni, kolo wis kuntul baris, ayo dadi siji bareng para prajurit lan senopati. Mukti utawa mati manunggal kawula Gusti, menyerang tanpa pasukan, menang tanpa merendahkan, kesaktian tanpa ajian, kekayaan tanpa kemewahan, tenang bagai ombak gemuruh laksana Merapi. Tradisi hidup di tengah modernisasi, rakyat jajah desa milang tori, nyebarake seni lan budi pekerti.
Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa, istimewa negerinya, istimewa orangnya. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa, Jogja istimewa untuk Indonesia.
Elingo sabdane Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwono kaping 9. Sak dhuwur-dhuwure sinau kudune dhewe tetep wong Jawa. Diumpamake kacang kang ora ninggalke lancaran, marang bumi sing lairke dhewe kang tansah kelingan.
Ing ngarsa sum tulodo, ing madya mangun karso, tutwuri handayani, holopes kuntul baris ayo dadi siji. Sepi ing pamrih, rame ing gawe, sejarah ning kene wis mbuktekake. Jogja istimewa bukan hanya untuk dirinya, Jogja istimewa untuk Indonesia.
Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa, istimewa negerinya, istimewa orangnya. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa, Jogja istimewa untuk Indonesia. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa, istimewa negerinya, istimewa orangnya. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa, Jogja istimewa untuk Indonesia. Lukis kuntul baris, 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 lukis kuntul baris. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa, istimewa negerinya, istimewa orangnya. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa, Jogja istimewa untuk Indonesia. Rungono iki kotro, saka Yogyakarta, negeri paling penak, rasane koyo swarga, ora peduli donya dadi neraka. Nek kene tansah independen lan merdeka.
Tanah lahirkan tata untuk rakyat, di mana rajanya bercermin di kabur rakyat. Demikianlah singgasana bermartabat, berdiri kokoh untuk mengayomi rakyat. memayu hayuning bawono. Soko zaman perjuangan nganti merdeka, Jogja istimewa bukan hanya daerahnya, tapi juga karena orang-orangnya.
Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa. Istimewa negerinya, istimewa orangnya. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa. Jogja istimewa untuk Indonesia.
Tabur wis ditabur suling wis muni, kolo wis kontol baris. Ayo dadi siji bareng para prajurit lan senopati, mukti utawa mati manunggal kawula Gusti. Menyerang tanpa pasukan, menang tanpa merendahkan, kesaktian tanpa ajian, kekayaan tanpa kemewahan, tenang bagai ombak gemuruh laksana Merapi. Tradisi hidup di tengah modernisasi, rakyat jajah desa milang tori, nyebarake seni lan budi pekerti.
Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa. Istimewa negerinya, istimewa orangnya. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa. Jogja istimewa untuk Indonesia.
Elingo sajane Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwono kaping 9. Sak dhuwur-dhuwure sinau kudune dhewe tetep wong Jawa. Diumpamake gajah kang ora ninggalke lancaran, marang bumi sing lairke dhewe kang tansah kelingan.
Ing ngarsa sung tulodo, ing madya mangun karso, tutwuri handayani, holopes kontul baris ayo dadi siji. Sepi ing pamrih, rame ing gawe, sejarah ning kene wis buktekake. Jogja istimewa bukan hanya untuk dirinya, Jogja istimewa untuk Indonesia.
Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa. Istimewa negerinya, istimewa orangnya. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa. Jogja istimewa untuk Indonesia. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa. Istimewa negerinya, istimewa orangnya. Jogja, Jogja, tetap istimewa. Jogja istimewa untuk Indonesia.
Hei cantik, coba kau catat, keretaku tiba pukul 4 sore. Tak usah kau tanya, aku ceritakan nanti. Hei cantik, kemana saja, tak ada berita, sedikit cerita. Tak ku baca lagi pesan di ujung malam. Dan Jakarta muram kehilanganmu. Terang lampu kota tak lagi sama. Sudah saatnya kau tengok puing yang tertinggal. Sampai kapan akan selalu berlari, hingga kini masih selalu ku nanti-nanti. Terbawa lagi langkahku ke sana, mantra apa entah yang istimewa. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Dengar lagu lama ini katanya, izinkan aku pulang ke kotamu. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Hei cantik, bawa aku jalan, jalan kaki saja menyusuri kota. Ceritakan semua ceritamu padaku. Ya Jakarta, diam kehilanganmu. Bau wangi hujan tak lagi sama. Sudah saatnya kau jemput musik yang tertinggal. Sampai kapan aku kan bernyanyi sendiri. Hingga kini masih selalu menanti-nanti. Terbawa lagi langkahku ke sana. Mantra apa entah yang istimewa. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Dengar lagu lama ini katanya, izinkan aku pulang ke kotamu. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Ingat waktu itu ku bertanya, aku mau dengar jawabnya. Terbawa lagi langkahku ke sana. Mantra apa entah yang istimewa. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Dengar lagu lama ini katanya, izinkan aku pulang ke kotamu. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Hei cantik, coba kau catat, keretaku tiba pukul 4 sore. Tak usah kau tanya, aku ceritakan nanti. Hei cantik, kemana saja, tak ada berita, sedikit cerita. Tak ku baca lagi pesan di ujung malam. Dan Jakarta muram kehilanganmu. Terang lampu kota tak lagi sama. Sudah saatnya kau tengok puing yang tertinggal. Sampai kapan akan selalu berlari. Hingga kini masih selalu ku nanti-nanti. Terbawa lagi langkahku ke sana. Mantra apa entah yang istimewa. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Dengar lagu lama ini katanya, izinkan aku pulang ke kotamu. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Hei cantik, bawa aku jalan, jalan kaki saja menyusuri kota. Ceritakan semua ceritamu padaku. Ya Jakarta, diam kehilanganmu. Bau wangi hujan tak lagi sama.
tertinggal. Sampai kapan aku kan bernyanyi sendiri. Hingga kini masih selalu menanti-nanti. Terbawa lagi langkahku ke sana. Mantra apa entah yang istimewa. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Dengar lagu lama ini katanya, izinkan aku pulang ke kotamu. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Ingat waktu itu ku bertanya, aku mau dengar jawabnya. Terbawa lagi langkahku ke sana. Mantra apa entah yang istimewa. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Dengar lagu lama ini katanya, izinkan aku pulang ke kotamu. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Hei cantik, coba kau catat, keretaku tiba pukul 4 sore. Tak usah kau tanya, aku ceritakan nanti. Hei cantik, kemana saja? Tak ada berita, sedikit cerita. Tak ku baca lagi pesan di ujung malam. Dan Jakarta muram kehilanganmu. Terang lampu kota tak lagi sama. Sudah saatnya kau tengok puing yang tertinggal. Sampai kapan akan selalu berlari. Hingga kini masih selalu ku nanti-nanti. Terbawa lagi langkahku ke sana. Mantra apa entah yang istimewa. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Dengar lagu lama ini katanya, izinkan aku pulang ke kotamu. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Hei cantik, bawa aku jalan. Jalan kaki saja menyusuri kota. Ceritakan semua ceritamu padaku. Ya Jakarta, diam kehilanganmu. Bau wangi hujan tak lagi sama. Sudah saatnya kau jemput musik yang tertinggal. Sampai kapan aku kan bernyanyi sendiri. Hingga kini masih selalu menanti-nanti. Terbawa lagi langkahku ke sana. Mantra apa entah yang istimewa. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. itu ku bertanya, aku mau dengar jawabnya. Terbawa lagi langkahku ke sana, mantra apa entah yang istimewa. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Dengar lagu lama ini katanya, izinkan aku pulang ke kotamu. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Hei cantik, coba kau catat, keretaku tiba pukul 4 sore. Tak usah kau tanya, aku ceritakan nanti. Hei cantik, kemana saja, tak ada berita, sedikit cerita. Tak ku baca lagi pesan di ujung malam. Dan Jakarta muram kehilanganmu. Terang lampu kota tak lagi sama. Sudah saatnya kau tengok puing yang tertinggal. Sampai kapan akan selalu berlari? Hingga kini masih selalu ku nanti-nanti. Terbawa lagi langkahku ke sana, mantra apa entah yang istimewa. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Dengar lagu lama ini katanya, izinkan aku pulang ke kotamu. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Hei cantik, bawa aku jalan, jalan kaki saja menyusuri kota. Ceritakan semua ceritamu padaku. Ya Jakarta, diam kehilanganmu. Bau wangi hujan tak lagi sama. Sudah saatnya kau jemput musik yang tertinggal. Sampai kapan aku kan bernyanyi sendiri? Hingga kini masih selalu menanti-nanti. Terbawa lagi langkahku ke sana, mantra apa entah yang istimewa. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Dengar lagu lama ini katanya, izinkan aku pulang ke kotamu. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Ingat waktu itu ku bertanya, aku mau dengar jawabnya. Terbawa lagi langkahku ke sana, mantra apa entah yang istimewa. Ku percaya selalu ada sesuatu di Jogja. Coba kau catat, keretaku tiba pukul 4 sore. Tak usah kau tanya.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first Yogyakarta International Nursing Conference. Our next material presentation will be given by Professor Mahdi Abdul Wahab, MSc, MBB, CH, from KIT Royal Tropical Institute of Amsterdam, Netherlands, and Professor Hepzibah Samuel from Anglia Ruskin University of the United Kingdom, which will be moderated by Nurse Furaida Hasanah, MCUP. But first, allow us to read Nurse Furaida Hasanah, MCUP's CV. Nurse Furaida Hasanah, MCUP. She is now currently a lecturer at the Poltekkes of Health of Yogyakarta. She is now specializing in medical surgery, surgical nursing, emergency nursing, and journal management. She is a lecturer at the nursing department of Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta from 2018 till now. She received her Magister of Nursing from the University of Indonesia and is currently a verificator of SIMPA. All right. Thank you for allowing me to read her civitas vitae. To Nurse Furaida Hasanah, MCUP, please come forward.
Okay, thank you for Master of Ceremony. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Head of Department of Nursing Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta, Mr. Bondan Palestine SKMMkes SPCOM. Honorable our speakers from Anglia Ruskin University, United Kingdom, and also from KIT Royal Tropical Institute, Amsterdam, Netherlands. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am Furaida Hasanah. It gives me a great pleasure to be the moderator for the first Yogyakarta International Nursing Conference, especially for this session, this plenary session 4. And then we have two speakers from this plenary session. And as we know that communicable and non-communicable disease are a very important case that must give some attention, and that is why in this plenary session we will get a closer look into a digital screening, also controlling disease for communicable and non-communicable disease. Before we start this plenary session, I will say hello first to our speakers. Mr. Mahdi, have you already joined at Zoom? Hello, Mr. Mahdi. Hello, Mr. Mahdi. It's my voice audible? Hello. Okay.
Hello.
Oh, okay.
Hi, now
Yes. Now
yes, now
unmuted.
I can hear you.
Okay.
you.
How are you today?
Hi, thank you.
Okay, hopefully you are happy today because we know that no, still in the early morning in there. It is right?
It's 7:40, yes, but I understand that you started also much earlier anyway. So
And it's very impressive to you because today you start your activity early morning because you will to be a speaker in our international conference. Okay, thank you very much. And then I will say hello to with Miss Hepsi. Hello, Miss Hepsi. It's audible for you. Hello. Hi, Hepsi.
Hello?
Hello. Yeah. Yes, it's clear. It's audible.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. And I know it's afternoon in Indonesia, probably late afternoon, but this very early morning in the UK.
Yeah, good morning to you in British time and good afternoon to Indonesian participants. Thank you very much for joining us. And then, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next session for presentation our speaker today, I will to read a brief introduction to our speakers. For the first speaker is Dr. Abdul Wahab Mahdi from KIT Royal Tropical Institute, Amsterdam, Netherlands. His name is Mahdi Abdul Wahab, MSc, MBB, GH. He is a global health advisor with expertise in health education, health quality, migrant and refugee health and disease control strategies. He is currently coordinating the course on the on control strategies for communicable and non-communicable disease, while working simultaneously on several projects for different donors like the WHO, the World Bank, the European Commission, the UNICEF, and the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After graduation from a medical school in Egypt, Mahdi moved from clinical practice to public and global health. He completed his postgraduate diploma in healthcare and hospital management from the American University in Cairo and Masters of Science in International Health from KIT and the French University of Amsterdam. The approach strengthening health system, health promoting, and working on stronger disease prevention and control as the dam that can stop the flood higher upstream rather than waiting to deal with its consequences in the valley. And then to be I will continue to read the curriculum vitae for the second speaker. She is Dr. Hepzibah Samuel. Okay, I'm sorry. Her full name is Dr. Hepzibah Samuel Kirubaraj, and the current role is Deputy Head of School of Advanced Practice, Course Leader, MSc, Clinical Nursing, Anglia Ruskin University, United Kingdom. And then elected Senate, a member of Faculty of Health, Education, Medicine, and Science, Social Care. And then senior pediatric nurse, and also senior fellow in HAI. And the professional qualification, Bachelor of Nursing, RN, RM, first class in Tamil Nadu Nursing and Midwifery Council, India. And then Master of Science Nursing in Child Health Nursing in Tamil Nadu too, on 2001, and then a PG certificate in learning and teaching in Anglia Ruskin University, also a PG diploma in learning teaching, and then investigating education through research module completed in research design, also completed in Anglia Ruskin University. And Dr. Hepsi held the PhD in nursing in the Anglia Ruskin University, United Kingdom, on 2013. And this is the current academic management responsibilities. They have, she have a lot of role in practice assessor and supervisor, teach bioscience, education champion, module leader, and etc. And then Miss Hepsi have a lot of title of publication, and also have a lot of experience in research. Okay, before we continue to our plenary session, I will ask with Mr. Mahdi first. Would you want to share your PowerPoint by yourself, Mr. Mahdi? Because the first time is yours to be a speaker.
Thank you. Yeah, I can share my screen. I hope that it works. Let me try.
Okay.
And are you able to see it? Is just loading on the bigger screen.
Yes. Yes, I can view it. Okay, because the times is limited for our plenary session, we will continue to the first speaker, Mr. Abdul Mahdi Wahab, and you will present your materials. It's for about 20 minutes, and after that we will continue to Ms. Hepsi for about 20 minutes too for presenting the materials. After that we will continue to the question and answer sessions.
Great, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thanks is yours.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction, and it's an honor to be among all these amazing speakers of today, and with all the participants. I see a lot of people are also joining online. I don't see people on the hall, but great to be with everyone, and thanks for the invitation. My name is Mahdi Abdul Wahab, and I will not do much introduction. I guess thanks for the introduction. My topic is on control and management of communicable and non-communicable diseases in the digital era. And I try to focus a little bit more from the point of view of public health. That's my area of expertise, and how digital applications are useful in the tertiary prevention and management of, I'll talk specifically about diabetes in this case, and challenges also facing the adoption of digital health. So if we talk about disease control, is about from the public health point of view, we usually think about prevention and elimination. And with a prevention, maybe you already have been introduced to the concepts of primary prevention, secondary prevention, tertiary prevention, where we try to prevent the disease from happening before it actually reaches any pathophysiological changes. Doing prevention of developing the symptoms. So secondary prevention is, and I guess next presentation will be more about screening, so I will not mention much about screening today. And tertiary prevention, where I would focus, is more about the management and trying to prevent the complications. So after developing the symptoms, trying to prevent reaching the complications or other burden of the disease. Digital health, as I understood, you heard a lot of presentations today, and many of the distinguished speakers talked about a lot of different digital health applications. Just maybe a reminder on examples on how it is used in prevention. You see, especially in COVID, there was a great advancement in the use of digital health. We saw in primary prevention the use of social media in communication of health messages, but also to counter the fake news. So WHO created a lot of chatbots on WhatsApp, on Messenger, and Viper, and other applications that you could just chat automatically with a bot that automatically gives you the right answers and corrects certain facts. We saw also in secondary prevention examples that applications that many countries adopted onto case tracking and identifying if you have been close to another person who was tested positive, you would be notified accordingly. Also, the digital certifications and the QR codes for traveling, all of these are examples on how digital health helped a lot into controlling COVID in the past few years. And lastly, with tertiary prevention and treatment and management of diseases, so we see in the UK big advancements and many other countries in telemedicine and the virtual wards initiative that has been for quite some years now is great success and is being scaled up, where patients are sent home back from their hospitals and they receive a package of digital instruments that helps them track and monitor their health status and communicate such data to their healthcare workers and nurses who sometimes visit them at home. Then I go to an example of non-communicable disease, which is in this case the diabetes. Primary prevention here would be increasing physical activity, right? So if you know about diabetes, physical activity is important, and there are a lot of applications and softwares like Google Fit or Apple Fit or many other applications that use evidence-based and health messages within them to motivate also weekly targets and reaching WHO recommended targets of activities to prevent cardiovascular diseases, including diabetes. There are tracking and AI algorithms that help into early detection, and I guess I will not go further in that because this is more about screening. But what I would focus more on is an interesting example, which is the all the advanced technologies and digital tools used in management of diabetes nowadays, like the automatic digital pumps, the sensor, glucose sensors, and the mobile apps, and AI, also the artificial intelligence applications. Please let me know if I'm speaking too fast, but I'm just trying to catch up with the time. So diabetes, I just to be on the same page, I guess everyone here is experts in health topics. Just like diabetes is high blood glucose levels, so I'm not going to do a lot of medical reasoning, but I'm just explaining first what are the complications that we are trying to prevent if we are talking about tertiary prevention, right? So diabetes could cause a lot of high blood pressure, and the sugar can cause organs damage, and that can be causing like kidney damage, diabetic foot, permanent neuropathies, heart attacks, and retinopathies. And the main management aspects that are to be addressed are oral medications in certain patients, insulin injections, as we all know. Many of the diabetic patients, they need continuous injection of insulin. Blood sugar monitoring to make sure that the blood sugar is in the acceptable range, and controlled diet to make sure that the blood sugar doesn't raise above the acceptable levels. And now we'll just see how digital health could help with such management approaches. So in the past, patients would need to measure their blood pressure, blood sugar. Many could do it at home, but many also couldn't, and they had to go to the health facilities to be measured, and then they administer the insulin. That could be through syringes. They had to fill the syringe themselves and inject themselves. Or also recently there was the insulin pens that made it easier to inject the insulin because it's adjustable doses or with just one click. We remember also in the past, people used to just inject the insulin without actual full monitoring. So there are people with just every day, just insulin, get their insulin dose irrespective to the actual blood glucose levels, which also makes it different in management. Nowadays, digital health allowed a lot of advancements, and one of those advancements is the use of continuous monitoring sensors, which gives data to the automatic pumps or insulin pumps that are, you just fill them with the insulin, and you can adjust the dose that you need based on your actual reading, and it injects directly the exact dose needed for your blood sugar level. So what about digital patches and sensors? So they are small in size. There's huge advancement in sensors and patches. So we see sensors in a lot of devices now, even smartwatches, but patches and sensors that are attached on the skin, they're a little bit different because many of them, they include a needle, not only light like the normal watches. And they are attached to the body with a specific tool that allows the device to read blood levels, blood sugar levels. This is specific for blood glucose, but there are other patches that measure all other vital signs. They are important because they then can be connected through Bluetooth to your mobile and to your insulin pump. And with that continuous measurements, your patients are able to know exactly what is their level and what is the expected dose or bolus of their insulin that they need to get, and adjust that digitally on the screen of their device or through their mobiles. So many of those pumps are also now adjustable by mobiles. Here we see 3 different types or brands of pumps, but there are many others too. And all of that was leads to real-time glucose level management. And as you see, it's based on a lot of readings from the blood glucose level, some adjustments, but also there's a lot of research going on automatic pumps that automatically reads and uses artificial intelligence into understanding the need for a bolus and the actual dose that is needed, and automatically adjusting the dose accordingly. So my next topic to talk about is artificial intelligence, the diagnostic tools, also in especially in diabetes. And if you are aware of artificial intelligence, just quick intro is artificial intelligence basically is reading a lot of data, so understanding and getting a lot of readings and data. So the glucose readings from the sensors, or the amounts of glucose that are administered by the pump, that the pump registers that the meals intake. So the patients are able to track their meals and physical activity tracking. Based on that, and based on a lot of algorithms and calculations that the computer learned through a lot of works of engineers and research that is growing fast in the last few years, they are able to do predictions and to do analysis that allows the computer or the device to optimally organize the decide the insulin dosing, what is the right dose in this case, but also make alarms and alert when certain conditions are predicted to happen soon, like hypoglycemia, for example. And this is very important because this allows a lot of applications, and 4 of the main applications of diagnostic tools using artificial intelligence are the automatic retinal screening. So as you know, the retinopathy is one of the major consequences of high blood pressure, blood sugar for a long time. Computers are, there are already applications of artificial intelligence using image reading, and computers that have learned through a lot of photos of retinopathy and comparing normal retina fundoscope images to recognize the pathophysiological changes and be able to detect it automatically without the need of specialists. This is, of course, needs a confirmation of a specialist, but we can imagine that this saves a lot of time and effort, and sometimes also detects pathophysiological changes that are less commonly caught by specialists. Clinical diagnostic support, so those are tools that allow the physician or the nurse to be able to see different aspects. So based on the vital signs and based on the different readings and information that are there, the algorithm or the device is able to predict certain criteria for certain diagnosis and start supporting the decision making of the healthcare worker, with that taken in mind, that also helps into efficiency gains and saving time. Patient self-management tools, also helping patients themselves to take care of their own blood sugar levels, understand the danger signs, understand when they need medical attention, or they can do self-management, refer them to information that they might need and provide support. and this also area is growing a lot. And risk stratification. So based on the predictions, the artificial intelligence algorithm or program is able to predict the risk level of the current situation based on all the readings arriving and based on the reference, all the machine learned information that it's stored from before, how to, is it high risk or low risk, and how to deal accordingly with that situation. This is very important, predictions and using AI in prediction, because, for example, using the old techniques of threshold alert, as of most of our monitors and the hospitals right now, they are able to make an alarm when certain thresholds are reached, right? So there's the blood pressure is lower than certain level, or the blood glucose is lower than certain level, we start to receive an alarm. However, at that stage, there is some time spent in hypoglycemia if we start in carb intake, right? So this, I don't know if you see my mouse, but like this red area here, this would be a time spent in hypoglycemia, which can affect body organs already. With the prediction models, the computer is able, through reading the information and reading the all the data and also historical patient self data, to recognize signs and readings that allows it to predict hypoglycemia before it happens. So this study refers to at least 20 minutes earlier, which is enough to, when giving the carb intake at this point, to prevent reaching the hypoglycemia. And this is similar to many diseases, and this is very important to patients, because in this case, they don't fall into the red area of being in hypoglycemia, which can already affect or both some consequences on body functions. Last application is personalized diet and nutrition plans. So there are a lot of advancements right now, and especially the glucose patches are used also into tracking the body reactions to food, but also being able to understand how each person can have a personalized nutrition and different also reaction to different foods. There are a lot of projects on that, like the protein project by the EU, and you see a lot of applications available now, like Clear Bio app and others that use glucose monitoring to provide AI and chatbot nutrition coaches and so on. There's also a lot of research happening on future treatments that digital tech is helping the research, and we see the availability of big data and information helps into research. We see gene therapy, which poses a lot of promising future, and nanotechnology, which is also a growing area of research, and now scientists were able to develop what they call nano pancreas, with small cartilage that can be implanted under the skin and is able to have millions of pancreatic cells that produce insulin on their own. And that wouldn't be possible without the digital tech and all the advancement in technologies. However, just one slide to finish my presentation. I don't know if I'm still on time. But just a quick reminder that although it is there is a lot of promise with digital health, there is a lot of research still needed in their efficacy and their usage, but also contextualization, because research is mostly done in specific countries and specific contexts and on specific patients. It's important to also see how digital health can be implemented in different parts of the world. Data management, quality and data privacy and security concerns, of course, with all these collected data, there can be a lot of concern about the quality of such data, their use, and also misuse. Additionally, with fast advancement technologies, we imagine that we need also a lot of changes in our health systems and how we organize our care, how we organize our hospitals, and also the types of trainings and capacities we need among the health workers. And it's great that you are now in such conference eager to learn about digital health and grow with it. Lastly is the high cost, of course, of high technologies. We see how expensive as such technologies and implementing them means in many cases differences in accessibility and digital health equity between different countries, but even within the same countries, we see a lot of differences between different patient groups on how they are able to access digital health tools and benefit from them. Thank you, and I hope that I didn't go much beyond time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Wahab, for your material. That is very impressive and also very interesting to us. And then before we continue to question and answer session, we will continue to the second speaker for Ms. Hepsi. Are you ready to present your materials now?
Yes, of course. Yeah. I hope you all can hear me clearly.
Yes. Okay. Would you want to share your screen by yourself, or we will help you to share your share screen your PowerPoint?
No, I would like to share my screen. That's okay.
Okay. And you are ready to be a co-host now. Okay. Time is yours to present your materials.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to
yes, it's shared.
I'm just going to put it into a slideshow. Just give me 1 minute. Okay. So hopefully you're all able to see the full screen.
Yes, we can see your full screen.
Thank you very much. Okay. So once again, my presentation is going to be about digital screening for communicable and non-communicable diseases. But saying that, I'm going to tweak it a little bit so that it sort of corresponds to what I am actually doing, rather than making a presentation just from, a textbook or a journal or a website. So it's going to be slightly different because it's going to come, there's some amount of my experience I'm going to share. So I would really like to give, let me move this one down. Okay, I really would like to give thanks to the organizers of this international conference, for giving me this opportunity to come and do this presentation. So even though I'm not in person there, it's really nice. Most of you have joined online. So hopefully, I know in Indonesia is post-lunch and you're not having your video switched on. So hopefully you're not sleeping. Okay, so you're wide awake and trying to learn something from each presentation. And I also give thanks to Almighty God for giving me this opportunity to share my knowledge and my skill and my experience with this, very dignified audience and co-presenters. Moving. There we go. Okay, so my role, as I was introduced, I do work in the university full-time, but I'm also a pediatric nurse. I'm registered under adult and pediatric. I've just put the map there. So at the moment I'm here. So you can see I'm sort of southwest or southeast southeast of England. And you can see London here. So Chelmsford is very, very close. We call it as the birthplace of radio. You know, Marconi, when he first did his telecast, it was from Chelmsford. So that is where I'm actually, you know, living, and also I'm practicing. So this is my faculty building, and this is the hospital that I work. And also I really take a lot of pride because I'm very current in practice that informs my teaching. And also whenever possible, I do take an active role in research. Okay, so I just liked this quote. So knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, we must do. Okay, so, you know, we always have this great aspiration of attending lots of conferences. Okay, but the important thing is not just knowing, you know, what is your application? Are you learning something from this? And are you able to change practice? So I'm very passionate, and I'm a great advocate about application of knowledge, especially when it comes to patient care. And again, it's not just saying I'm willing to do, but we must do. So hopefully, you know, most of you are in this audience are from, you know, are able to be change agents. So if something can improve your patient's quality of life, you should always take efforts to make those changes for your patient. Okay, so digital health. I know that you've had lots of speakers today from morning. And thank you for the previous speaker. I know he sort of touched in one of my very favorite topics, you know, diabetes, because it's a huge public health burden. And we see a lot of digital innovation in the management, I mean, screening, diagnosis, in all aspects of diabetes care. And it is a global, you know, it's a global illness, and especially in UK, you will be very surprised. It's actually a public health issue, and it's a huge problem. And being a pediatric nurse, there is actually a huge increase in childhood obesity also. So I'm very passionate about that topic. And I would briefly mention about my experience in screening of diabetes too. So you can see here, I mean, digital health started way back, but in 1998, our National Health Services, they identified that there should be a seamless care. You know, especially, for example, if they come to my hospital and, you know, if I take an X-ray or something, and then if my patient has to be transferred to a, you know, a more specialized or a multi-speciality hospital, you know, we can't just be sending patients with data. So, you know, we wanted something so that there is a good multidisciplinary approach. There is care, you know, you don't need to, for example, you had a CT scan in one hospital. You don't need to have another CT scan in another hospital. You had a set of bloods done. You don't need to be doing the same thing for the patient in another one. First, it's cost. Second thing, it's waste of time. So, you know, for a long time, we have been fighting about this seamless care. So digitizing healthcare services was very specially carried during that period, 2002 to 2011. And in my title, you can see that the pandemic actually excelled or made it very, very fast in relation to digital health. So here, you know, the first time, you know, NHS IT strategy in 2014 did not have very clear objectives. They were sort of all over the place. But then later on, you know, with pandemic, with COVID coming in, they have to sort of, speed everything. And they brought this personalized healthcare to 2020 framework so that they can actually have a little bit more various digital strategies that can actually help them. The proposed transition to digital fast approaches and integrated care system, so ICS, in the NHS may further advance digitalization. So this is, I just wanted to give a little bit about the, you know, sort of the background. As I said, COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on health services, provisions and services. The COVID-19 pandemic has promoted a rapid change in the use of digital health tools, the development of these tools so that they can be used to manage both communicable and non-communicable diseases. You know, especially with the non-communicable diseases, when you think about long-term conditions like diabetes, cardiac problems, renal, or stroke, and so many other diseases where people were very vulnerable. If you think about cancer, during COVID, these people were not able to come into the hospital because their vulnerability of acquiring the infection was greater. So we definitely needed some of the digital tools for us to screen and also manage this patient. I'm going to sort of talk about screening and sort of, it's almost like a package, like it comes as, the screening and the management as sort of together. So looking at this picture, achieving full integration of digital health across NHS. So what is needed? So we create a digital ready health service, okay? And also to ensure clinical buy-in and professional training. Again, this is very important, especially when you think about screening, you can have all the digital facilities, but if people are not trained, whether it is the healthcare professional or the patient, it's very important. And also to secure public trust and patient engagement. And I would also like to use the word empowerment. We are almost shifting, and this is actually very much the goal of National Health Services in UK. And that's where all our funding is also focused, because we really want patients not to come into hospitals. We want them to be in the community. We want them to manage. We want to empower people so that they take responsibility for their healthcare needs, right from screening and to management. So again, digital health solutions, they can provide patients with, the first thing is accessible tools, okay? Very simplified, accessible tools. And the other important thing is, it's not that we are just going to give them some gadgets and leave them on their own. So when it comes to screening, yes, we provide them the gadgets, but then we need the close contact with the healthcare professionals, okay? So for example, when we were talking about diabetes, we give them those, we put them on it's a subcutaneous sort of a patch-like thing we leave on the screen. And then it's got a reader, which can scan. And also you have the mobile phone data, and all these data regarding the patient's blood glucose monitoring, everything is transported into the central unit. So they are always in contact with healthcare professionals. So this is very, very important, okay? So there is remote monitoring. So it's not just about screening, but it's about continuous monitoring, okay? And I find that, because I do look after children with diabetes, especially with type 1 diabetes, where they are insulin dependent. So there is all this remote screening and monitoring continuously takes place, but it also informs me so that I can constantly contact my patient and make the necessary changes. So all this, it is improving quality of care, creating improvements in patients' quality of care. So, sometimes as nurses and healthcare professionals, as soon as we get a technology, I have worked in ITUs, and sometimes, if you hear a monitor going, most of the time people run to the monitor and look at the monitor, but I always look at my patient, because sometimes the important thing is to look at your patients. So even though, there are some challenges with digital health, but still our patient and their quality of care is the central. So remote monitoring systems, some of the examples I've given. So you can have wearable trackers, like you have very posh, high quality watches, again, you have Apple products, you can have Android, Samsung and other things, and they provide the required amount of technology within them, software within them, that helps us to sort of, implement our software into that and make this possible, okay, when it comes to screening. So apps and monitors can play a crucial role in ensuring the efficient delivery of healthcare services and improving patient access. So again, yeah, I'm always a big, advocate for prevention. So all this digital thing, the screening and all that, it always should aim towards prevention. So, whatever interventions, it's all should be tailored towards preventive intervention. And we don't want them to come into acute stress. And that when they come to acute hospital, they might be acquiring hospital-acquired infections and other complications, okay? So again, diagnosis, when you do the screening, accurate diagnosis is very, very important. So whether it's your cardiac patient or a diabetic patient, or if you think about, epileptic patients, so whomever you are dealing with and thinking about communicable diseases, and again, a perfect example is with COVID, how they monitor the temperature, how they monitor the saturation. So even that screening process, more accurate diagnosis, talking about the symptom clusters. So not just looking at the equipment, but looking at the patient presentation and also having that conversation, so in this, we have a combination of telemedicine, telehealth, and then you make it like a package so that, your screening and diagnosis is more accurate. And then we go to the next step of treatment and follow up. So it's definitely very much beneficial to patient and clinician. It can prevent the waiting times, with the screening tools in their hand. For example, a simple non-invasive screening tool like saturation in case of communicable diseases with respiratory, any sort of communicable illnesses, respiratory illnesses, COVID, for example. So even that simple tool would actually be quick and the patient can do it at home and seek medical advice immediately. Okay, so I'm not just talking about more advanced digital technologies, but even simple ones can also help you to do that clinical decision making very, very quickly. So again, there are some challenges because everything does have challenges. So here, some people might not want to sort of go in with the digital health alternatives. Especially we have a growing elderly population. If you think about UK, their life expectancy is very, very high. So we have a growing elderly people, and they're very skeptical about having digital screening or monitoring. Okay, so they would prefer to have face-to-face health, and you should acknowledge that. But it's again about empowering and training the people and making it as accessible as possible for them. And again, rapid development of digital tool might not necessarily result in best patient care. Sometimes we become so dependent on technology that might not be the best thing for our patient. Okay, and this was a survey done in 2020, and it was very interesting. When we talk about e-health and mobile health, all this monitoring and digital screening and all that, it was found that 46.28% of people, so that is nearly almost half, people were not actually using it. You might provide them, but they're not actually using it. And within that, even the people who use, half of them, so the people who use, in that population, 48.84 did not want to share their healthcare data with anyone. And this I often see in United Kingdom. They're very, very, confidentiality, privacy and all that. So sometimes even they know things, they are not able to share it with other people. Okay, so there are a few challenges when we talk about, and research is very important. We have to constantly look at the quantitative, qualitative, and mixed data that arrive, and constantly do more research in order to enhance the patient care. So this is just a case study that was done about remote monitoring in prostate cancer patients. I have shared it with the organizers. So, if anybody wants to have the PowerPoint, you can read. But you can see that, there are some good findings. Okay, so the findings are coupling remote surveillance with self-management was cost neutral with no net gain or loss. Okay, so, people were talking about what is the cost of digital health, how much we have to pay for all these apps and all these gadgets. But then when you compare it for a patient coming into the hospital, occupying a hospital bed, hospital admission and all that, the net cost was actually neutral. And again, the program was found to be acceptable to patient. Patient reported outcomes of program were similar to those for appointment-based follow-up care. And again, the program empowered people. Okay, so this is very important. As healthcare professional, we have to give the power to the patient. I'm sure you would have read in your primary educations, when you started to become a healthcare professional, about health belief model. So unless the patient makes that effort to make changes in lifestyle, as healthcare professional, we don't have the authority. We can actually expose them and empower them, but the decision actually lies within the patient. So this is actually, I just got this from the World Health Organization. So it's not just about UK. So in Europe and America and other countries, and I'm sure the other developing countries also, certainly I have seen it in India. I've been to Indonesia, so I have seen it in Indonesia also. So various places have actually are very, very quick with this digital health. Okay, so I've just given some examples here. Again, this meal delivery apps, again, they are very important in making those lifestyle changes for your patient. So this is telehealth using trends. So I've just given some statistics there, and you can see that patient experience, more than 80% of their response indicate patients have better access to care since using telehealth. So that is very significant. So even though we have our challenges, we can see that the patient experience still says it's very good. Okay. I mean, again, if you see, telehealth is currently used across many aspects of clinical practice. So you can see for treatment and therapy, that is about 77%. Screening, assessment, and diagnosis, again, that is quite a high percentage, 72%. Okay. Then you can use it for follow-up care, continuous monitoring, triage. Again, in emergency for triage also, it's very useful. Others, and there's a small percentage which is none of the above. So, just to sort of little bit about my experience with, screening. So I do look after diabetes patient, and I briefly explained about the technology that we use. So even for our children, and it is actually commissioned by our NHS. So it is available free of cost for all our children. They do prioritize them, and they are sent home. So as soon as they come into the hospital, and as you are aware, most of the children come in with DKA, diabetic ketoacidosis. They are very unwell, they come. So within the first or second day, we manage, we control the DKA, and then the diagnosis of type 1 diabetes is established. And then we manage everything in the community. So they are given this, like a mobile phone and the scanner, and the the thing we attach them, and also we teach the patient and the family how to change those patches. Okay, and rather than pricking constantly, this is such an easy thing for them. Okay, so they just do it. They can go to school, they can scan their blood glucose, and also it shows the trend, whether it's going down or going less. And this actually prevents hypoglycemic episodes also. So it's very, very good. Okay. So again, with cardiology, we have a lot of telemetry. We have 24 hours monitoring, ECG, that is all connected again to the central, through their mobile phone back to our central hub. And also with the communicable disease, also you can see that, monitoring temperature, saturation, and any other symptoms, using those technology, we can actually quickly, communicate with a healthcare professional and undertake the necessary process that is required. And also, swabs, at homes, they actually do albumin creatinine ratio. So, the samples, the urine sample can be collected, and then the procedure can be done by the patient. The screening can be done by the patient, and the results can be passed to the GP surgery or to the acute hospital. Okay. Just one more quick thing I wanted to say before I finish my presentation is we have something called virtual wards, and I'm sure you might have heard about it. If not, there is plenty of information in the internet. But in NHS, we actually use, and many of our areas, we actually have virtual wards. And as an educator, I actually involve my students in this experience of virtual wards. So it's very useful, you manage the patient in their homes. Okay, so you assess, screen, everything, and all the data actually comes to us. And it is, we are continuously monitoring them even though they are remote at their house, there is a continuous flow of data for the hospital to review. Okay, so this is very important. So it's almost like a continuous screening that we actually do for our patient. And depending on any changes that we find immediately, the community health staff would go, look at the monitoring alerts, deliver the care that is required, and the patient is very happy with it. So we do have virtual wards. So this is actually patient's home, and we actually manage all the screening, continuous monitoring and management of the patient. So these are the principles. I'm not going to go into depth of it, but you can see that there is a very good underlying principles that govern the virtual wards. Okay, so there is quick, and especially if you think about multidisciplinary team. So any screening that happens, it is actually shared with the entire multidisciplinary team. This is very, very important in digital health solutions. Okay. So with digitalization, it's not just the nurses, the doctors, physios, and everybody has got access to that. And they can actually immediately intervene and do the necessary. If they need further diagnostic tests, that can be ordered. And then the delivery of the time is much quicker, and the patient receives the treatment as soon as possible. Okay, thank you. I'm just going to quickly, hopefully I've got a little bit more time. I'm just going to quickly play a video. I know it's a bit long, but I'm going to stop it in 3 minutes. Okay, so this is actually, I just want you to see the technology that we use in the virtual ward. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing this. And before we go into question and answer, I'm just going to take another 3 more minutes. Okay, and hopefully I've not overran on my time. So just quickly, I'm just going to share that. So sound. Please do let me know, organizers, please do let me know that if the sound is not clear, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So I will stop it when it is 3 minutes, okay? 3-4 minutes, so don't worry.
Yes, please.
Okay, we're just going to see the patient to get her consent and see if she wants to come on the virtual ward before her operation in a couple of days. Knock, knock. Hello, my name's Claire. I'm one of the nurses on the virtual ward. I've just come to give you some kit and explain what the virtual ward actually is. The kit in here will monitor your heart rate, your oxygen levels, your respiratory rate, all that kind of thing, and your skin temperature as well. So we can make sure that you're not becoming more unwell before you come in for your operation, okay? Yep. And there's a blood pressure kit in here as well. When you open it all up, there's a tablet, and you just turn the tablet on. That tablet serves as a couple of different things. It'll help you set the kit up to get it all ready for monitoring, but it also serves as a communication tool, so you can get through to us. There's a button on there that says I'm not feeling very well. You ring that and we'll answer very quickly.
Okay, that's brilliant. All right, thank you very much for that. Cheers for that. Yeah, it's very weird. I've never heard of these virtual things until today. It's quite interesting. And this, taking a pack home.
Level 1. My name's Claire Beard. I work at the North Norwich University Hospital. I'm the ward manager of the virtual ward team.
So what are we going to do, mostly?
I'm going to show you the kit.
Yeah, and then...
So this is what the patients go home with. This is the basic kit that the patients go home with. Yeah. So I'll show you what it is, how it works. This is room 3. The first thing they do is turn the tablet on, and then the tablet, when it is on, we'll give them a couple of different options. It will say set up or calibrate. They press set up and it will step by step tell them exactly how to set the kit up. But we're also always on the end of the phone. They plug in the modem and that just plugs straight into the mains. Doesn't need internet connection. It gets its own internet
so
connection.
if someone doesn't have internet at home,
that's
they
fine.
can still...
Yep,
oh, really?
They can still do it. All the patient has to do is line up the arrows, click it in, and then pop it on, and that will give us the heart rate, oxygen levels, respiratory rate, skin temperature and movement, and we get the information every 3 minutes. So with a lot of our patients, we see them deteriorate before they feel ill, so their heart rate will go up or their skin temperature will go up. The way the virtual ward works really is two-way communication. We can always get hold of them through the tablet, but in the same way, if they wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and aren't feeling very well, they can get hold of us as well.
Yeah, no, we keep them as they are because when we export the data, that will come.
So your respiratory rate is fine, your oxygen levels are perfect. They're 96%, so absolutely perfect. They can't get much better than that now. Blood pressure a bit earlier today, didn't you? Yeah, so if you can do another blood pressure for us a little bit later on this evening, just so that we've got another blood pressure on you. Any questions, or are you happy with all of that?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. All right then.
Just need the heavy metal.
Just going to stop sharing that. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Just to summarize, you have seen that digitalization is very important, and that's how the whole world is going. But still there is a human factor. There is a human factor. Okay, so it also depends on the patients that you look after. I mean, I do look after a very young group of patients, and they pick up digital health so quickly. They learn more faster than me. But when you talk about elderly patients, you have to be very patient with them. And this is the screening tool. So it gives them the continuous screening that is required. So for example, if I'm looking after a patient with high blood pressure and hypertension, one of the non-communicable diseases, so I can monitor them and screen them continuously and make required changes as quick as possible. Okay. So once again, thank you so much for the opportunity, and over to the organizers.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hepsi, for your materials. It is very interesting, and also it's very important to us to know about the digital screening, also digitalization in health, because it can improve and also it can improve the quality of life of our patient, is right? Okay. And then we will continue to question and answer session. I have two questions. The first question is for Mr. Mahdi from Miss Amalia. Wait, I will read the question. Yes, this is the first question from Miss Amalia Arnis. Would like to ask Mr. Mahdi, currently technology in the health sector has shifted to artificial intelligence and has begun to live mobile application. This is because artificial intelligence has more sophisticated technology that can detect signs of emergency in patient, diagnosis disease, and determine the drugs to be given. In your opinion, to be continued. In your opinion, what are the biggest challenges for artificial intelligence in health workers, especially nurses, in the future? This is the first question for Mr. Mahdi. And the second question is from Miss Amalia Arnis too. She is a nursing student at a University of Indonesia. And the second question is for Miss Hepsi. Your presentation was so fascinating. I'm interested in telehealth. Would you like me to contact you further? Okay. She wants to get your contact and then maybe discuss about remote patient monitoring and so on. Okay, it's okay if you can text her directly, and then okay, and then because we have one other's question, maybe Mr. Mahdi can answer the first question from Miss Amalia. Hello, Miss Mahdi.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks for the question, and quite interesting question indeed. It's just like maybe a clarification, because artificial intelligence is not necessarily separated from mobile applications or platforms, because artificial intelligence is now being integrated in most of applications. We know, for example, Facebook or YouTube or everything we use almost now includes algorithms that use artificial intelligence into predicting and understanding how our use, but also predicting what we need and provide us with what we need accordingly. So, for example, the applications that I was sharing, the nutrition, personalized nutrition applications, for example, many of them, they already use artificial intelligence within them. And of course, with artificial intelligence, there is a lot of challenges. So Ms. Hepsi and I have shared, and I imagine also other speakers did share before, many of the challenges about acceptability of the people first to depend on other tools. So we saw that, for example, when ChatGPT showed up in education and how people were not up to speed with adopting it or how to use it in education, especially, and so on. But also with capacities and how to actually understand and how to harness its powers, because it has a lot of potentials. We as users need to understand how does it work, and we need to understand the quality of the data that enters, because such algorithms are fed information and data, and such data coming from different sources, depending on where they come from. Is this data representative to our needs? How predictive it is would depend on how representative of such data or that the algorithm and the machine did learn on. We see that, for example, even with ChatGPT and the kind of answers it gives, it depends on the information that it received. There are very interesting examples on the biases that such predictions do. So in HR, people are using artificial intelligence already to screen CVs. And after a while, they started noticing that it was making bias against women and Black people. And they realized that just because the information that it was given before, it was like that. Right. So we have to understand also the quality of the data and make sure that we are able to deal with that. And additionally, the capacities. So we all, almost in all countries, there are shortages of nurses. How can people go to more trainings, improve their skills, learn new skills? Of course, that sometimes is also a challenge. Thank you.
Okay.
I hope that I answered your question.
Okay, maybe it's mean that it is impossible. It is possible to us as a nurse to develop the artificial intelligence in the future like that, right? And then before we continue to Ms. Hepsi to answer the second question from Chitra, because the question from Chitra Sari is for Mr. Mahdi too. So maybe you can answer it first before I continue to Ms. Hepsi. It's okay?
Yeah, sure. What was the question? Second question?
Yes, second question from Chitra Sari. She asked about one of the problems in Indonesia is the lack of screening and non-compliance with the pillars of self-management. From your experience, what do you think about the development of artificial intelligence and digital screening for Indonesian problems? Yeah, maybe you can explain about your experience.
Yeah, so personally, I don't have a lot of experience within Indonesia, of course, but I can compare to other low middle income countries that I have experiences
yes, maybe.
with. And,
yeah, maybe you can,
yeah.
Mr. Mahdi, maybe you can give some explanation in the other country that have a development country like Indonesia, maybe, because you know that it is very different Indonesia with Netherlands too. Maybe it's all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please.
So one of the forerunners in artificial intelligence is India. And it's a close by country and developing country. and they are doing great in artificial intelligence applications. We see a lot of applications coming from India. There are also, if you check the WHO website, and as Hepsi also mentioned, there are a lot of great examples from Middle East region, from African region, from South America and Asian countries, who were able to harness technologies that allows, better help to patients, and most of such technologies right now use AI in one way or another, because AI is quite broad term, so it includes a lot of applications within that. Some of them are more sophisticated, some of them are less, but it is useful, just requires training, and it requires collaboration of different sectors. That's the important thing, because you need engineers, you need technicians, you need people who are able to create such applications, and you need technical health professionals who understand the disease to work together and to be able to come up with solutions and define the infrastructures and which data, which indicators they need to monitor, how they can monitor it, but also to contextualize that for the country specific. So if we're talking about a region in the country that doesn't have internet in first place, we can't be talking about telemedicine or telehealth, but we can talk about other applications that, for example, stations where people can go and use digital tools there, or information, asynchronous telemedicine that's also growing right now, that people record things and then they are kept for later to be administered and then contacted. So there are a lot of advancements also in ways and solutions that low middle income countries are adopting, and it is quite promising. But indeed, the biggest challenge is the need to collaborate between different sectors. You need good infrastructures. So to implement such technologies, we need internet and people. And we know how access to internet. Most people now worldwide have mobiles. That's why mobile health has grown a lot in the past few years. However, digital illiteracy is a huge problem. And many people, as Hepsi mentioned, even in developed countries, people are hesitant about using digital tools, about sharing their information, about trusting such applications, but also not being able to just use them. Some people are they grow up not using such applications. So for them, they are alien things that not necessarily relate to how they need to humanly contact a person and talk to a person that they trust and see. So in that sense, there are some challenges to address, but with broader collaborations and thinking cross sectors, that can be addressed. And we see great examples on that indeed.
I think Professor Mahidi has sort of explained, similar what I would actually say. So even in my presentation, I said it's not just about Indonesia or UK, US or Middle East, any country like that. Still people are hesitant. That is a big challenge. And again, technology costs. So one of the things is the government initiativeness is very important. So in UK, the NHS works very differently, and funding. So, depending on your background and your power, within the healthcare sector, you should be brave to apply for funding, sometimes World Health Organization and other funding agents, and also to approach the right people. So for example, I was trained in India, but I've been living in UK since 2003. So some of the technology, when I went back to India, what I had to just do is, so for example, with simulation, what I had to do is give the companies the contacts in India. And then what they did was if you look at the price comparison, what they have given for UK and what it has, the technology is very different to what they have given it to India. So same thing with Indonesia. So you have to approach the right people, for example, some of the technology people, apps and other things. You just have to approach them, and there is always a version which is suitable for the people living in that country. They do have even language. So you don't need to worry about language. I know in Indonesia, language is a big thing. Okay, so these apps that we use, it's not just in English. So it can be in your Indonesian language also. So yes, definitely, you just have to explore a little bit and use your power. And the second thing is empowering people is very important. You can bring a beautiful technology. I mean, I would say, who is not without a mobile phone nowadays? When I go, I came to Indonesia, everybody has got a mobile phone, more advanced phone than mine. So everybody knows to do everything now. They do YouTube, so they are knowledgeable. It's about where do they prioritize health, where they prioritize lifestyle changes. And that actually, they have to get empowered, and people have to take responsibility for their health. So you can give them a gadget, and I have seen people not even opening the packet because their priority is not that. So it's about empowering people, whichever culture they belong to or whichever nation they belong to. Okay. Thank you very much. But I think Professor Mahidi has actually sort of very well explained for those questions.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answer, both of Mr. Mahdi and also Ms. Hepsi. It's about if I can highlight the point of view for the challenges, the challenges of about screening and also compliance self-management in Indonesia. Maybe we can do it more better, or while we collaborate with other professionals like that. This is maybe it is the point of view that from your answer to this question. Okay, because time is limit to our plenary session in this afternoon in Indonesian time, and in the morning in British and also Amsterdam times. So let's continue to closing remark for about 2 until 3 minutes for both of you, for Mr. Mahdi and also Ms. Hepsi, to give us some closing statement to for us. Okay, time is yours. Go ahead, Mr. Mahdi first, maybe. Yeah.
Thank you. That's difficult to just say a few words about digital health, indeed, but I guess we know that it is the future of healthcare, and we see advancement globally in all countries already. As if you see in Indonesia how you are providing care now compared to even, I wouldn't say 10 years, even 5 years or 3 years ago. Things are changing, and they are changing quite fast in all countries. COVID did a lot of big boost for digital health and digital applications, and forced many people to just accept them because they had to at that moment. So many people were working from home, many people had to be home and locked down, and they had to receive care, and healthcare had to adapt fast to do that. So it's important to use that momentum and grow more. At the same time, of course, as healthcare workforce, as nurses, as everyone, we need to adapt and be able to harness such powers, understand them, but also use them properly and be involved in even creating them. I guess that's also important.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And then for Ms. Hepsi.
Yeah, similarly, I would say, you know, going back to the main difference, I would say, you know, how you can empower people in Indonesia would be because you're very close family, you know, when you compare to, you know, UK or US, you know, elderly people are all alone. But in your country, the greatest strength is you've got family around. So even if you ask, you know, if it's an elderly lady, if they ask their granddaughter or the grandson, they would actually help with technology. But the key thing is we talk so much about digital health and telemedicine, telehealth and all that. But the important thing is accessibility and also to remove inequalities, you know, so that it's accessible to all of them. With communicable diseases, I think the government takes quite a lot of initiativeness. You know, it's sort of, you know, when we talk about epidemic, pandemic, it's, you know, with communicable diseases, it's slightly different. But when you think about non-communicable disease, the power is in people's hand actually. And so we can talk about technology. You know, for example, you can have a watch which records your heart rate, and you know that you're tachycardic, your heart rate is very fast and you're not fit, but you have to do walk, you have to do exercise. But that is what people have to do. So there are beautiful screening tools and health professionals can talk and, you know, intervene. But the power still lays in the hands of the people as far as digitalization is concerned. Okay, so there is a lot of development, but I am a great advocate for you know, to remove the inequalities in health, make sure that it's all accessible to everyone, and you know, empower your people and give the power to them so that they take ownership for their health, especially when it comes to non-communicable diseases. And at least we can focus on diabetes from 2 of our presentations today. It's a huge public health disease. And being a pediatric nurse, there is a sharp increase in childhood obesity. So, you know, please talk to your children, get them active. I know we talk about digitalization, but still, you know, how do you actually balance that with your children? You know, not to be off screen, go and play and make use of their time, okay? So yes, lifestyle changes involve the family and the patient, and they are the key to bring about a lot of changes. Thank you.
Okay, exactly. In the future, it will be changing quite fast. So we must to have some challenges to develop it. And then in conclusion, maybe I can read some conclusion from me that digital health like telehealth or virtual worlds can provide remote monitoring to improve quality of life of patient, also significantly saving healthcare system overall. In this is that happened in UK, and then there have a lot of advantage and also disadvantage for a patient when we using digitalization in health, especially a practice in nursing using digital system also. And actually before we closing it, actually your topics about of Ms. Ramahdi and also Ms. Hepsi, your topic is related to my dissertation planning. So I want to develop the telehealth, especially for physical exercise for a diabetic patient. Maybe we can continue to discuss it directly, part of you, Ms. Mahdi and also Ms. Hepsi, and hopefully you can give me some suggestions to develop it. Okay, if it is okay, I will contact you directly as usual. Okay. Before the time is over, thank you for your materials for this plenary session. in the afternoon in Indonesian time, and also in the morning in British and also Amsterdam times. So thank you for your closing remarks too, and please allow and then see you all later, and thank you very much. And the event will be offered to you, Miss Master of Ceremony, Mr. Rizky and Miss Yara. Thank you and bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye to Mr. Madi and Miss Hepsi. See you in the later event. Okay, bye bye.
Okay, our next event is a presentation by our co-host, Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta, will be presented by Rama, WKY, SPD Hun, and our speakers, Dr. Ati Badia, SPD Kemenkes. For this session, we will be moderated by Nurse Yusniarita, Kemenkes. First, allow us to read a summary of her CV. Name, Nurse Yusniarita Kemenkes. She was born at Palembang on 8 February 1971. She is a lecturer of Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta. The publication Proficient Combination of Hormone Aromatherapy
Ya, baik. Assalamualaikum for the opportunity have given to be a moderator in the first sense. This day to Dr. Ati Badia and Mr. Rama WKY SPDM Hub. There will be two people to be present in 40 minutes. Each presenter has about 15 minutes to present their paper. Okay. Next, may I introduce the curriculum vitae, Mr. Rama. There is health promotion lecture, skill highlight, project management, strong decision maker, complex problem solver, creative design, innovative, service focus, work experience, lecture as Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta. Achievement have a published journal in several publishers, lastly on Malaysian journal on health in 2023 entitled Complex Care Demands of Children with Cancer, a quality study. Next, have published several works and copyright last movie HEV. And next, let's video native speaker from Mr. Rama. Please directly.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings to one and all. It gives me immense warmth and great pleasure to grace all of your presence in the interest of the man presenting the material amongst the most esteemed personalities who have won accolades in the respective fields. Before we begin, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who have sincerely committed to this event to make it a success. This event would have been impossible without the support of each and everyone presented here. My name is Raden Ramavidya Kartikayuda. I'm from Health Poltekkes Karya Husada Yogyakarta. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, non-communicable diseases or NCDs, also known as chronic diseases, tend to be of long duration and are the result of a combination of genetic, psychological, environmental, and behavioral factors. The main types of NCD are cardiovascular diseases, such as heart attacks and stroke, cancers, chronic respiratory diseases, such as chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and asthma, and also diabetes. This is bringing us to the next slides. Those are the example of non-communicable diseases: diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, cancer, other NCDs, and chronic respiratory diseases. And below are the causes, the common causes: physical inactivity, obesity, tobacco use, and harmful alcohol use, and malnutrition. As per the World Health Organization, more than 36 million people died annually from non-communicable diseases or NCDs. Over 60% of deaths worldwide, 15 million of these deaths are before the age of 70 years. 60% of deaths globally until 70% if injuries are included, 80% in developing countries, and 40 until 50% are premature. In Indonesia, 2 until 5% of all cancer cases are children. While cancer is one of the most devastating diseases in the world, claiming the lives of over 500,000 of people each year. The number of cancer patients who have died is likewise on the rise. It's based on Ministry of Health 2015. In Indonesia, according to the data discovered, around 5,000 new pediatric cancer patients are diagnosed each year. The majority of cancer deaths occur in children aged 5 until 14 years old. That is pretty bad. And this is bringing us to the next slide. Difficulty in accepting the sickness, understanding the meaning of death, and social difficulty with children. In fact, seeing the loved ones suffer is the same as death. And does fulfilling the physical and emotional needs of patients and caregivers have to be balanced? The answer is tentative. Chemotherapy, radiations, and surgery together have been found to prolong life in cancer children. These actions are repeated for a long period, causing discomfort and negative effects in the child. Infection, issue bleedings, tiredness, fatigue, lethargy, hair loss, mucositis, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, decreased appetite, neuropathy, hemorrhagic cystitis, moon face, and other illness are some of the physical adverse effects. Sleep. Aside from medical issues, children suffer from psychosocial issues such as mood disorder, anxiety, lack of confidence, diminished self-perceptions, depressions, and behavioral change that prevent them from attending school. That is on the next slide. Let us check this one. And this is the psychosocial issues that is caused by the cancer itself, like lack of confidence, anxiety, diminished self-perceptions, mood disorders, depressions, and behavioral change. It happens in real life. This is bringing us to the next slide. What's in mind? What happened if someone that we love have cancer? What happened if someone that we care about has cancer? Of course, it's a medical treatment, first of all, but whereas there are incalculable restorative experts and experts who claim to be specialists, finding a therapeutic specialist who is competent in giving quality complex care and detailing help may be an overwhelming rant. Yeah. And the point is that the patient controls the disease, not the disease controlling the patient. That's what we have to be believing on. Believing on what will happen in the future. Parents of survivors believe that multiple comprehensive problems are common in childcare. This includes physical problems, physiological problems, and family involvement. When undergoing treatment, the installation of equipment for the treatment and the length of the time staying at the treatment place makes the patient or the child feel problems, both physical and psychological. Well, that the side effects of device installations such as infections and emotional change that are irritable are common problem. In addition to physical and psychological problem, the age of the child or patient who is not yet an adult provides a reality that they cannot be separated from the parents or family. Informants reveal that the children still cannot face the treatment alone, and the fulfillment of their needs still depends on their parents. Although health workers provide a good care, children tend to feel safer and more comfortable if their parents or family accompany them. When a child has cancer, every member of the family needs support. Every single member of the family. While parents often feel shocked and overwhelmed following their child's cancer diagnosis. Honest and calm conversations build trust as you talk with your child and his or her siblings. Yes, and taking care of yourself during this difficult time is very important. Well, it is not selfish. As you dig deep for strength, reach out to your child's treatment team and to people in your family and community for support. Like for real, based on National Cancer Institute, there are several steps and the way based on the age of your children, how to talk to children about the cancer. Well, if your child is less than 1 year old, comfort your baby by holding is 1 to 2 years old. Very young children understand things they can see and touch. Well, toddlers like to play, making choices. So let your child choose a sticker or flavor of medicine. You can make creations, build up your creativity. And if your child is 3 to 5 years old, they say that to help your child understand his treatment better, ask the doctor if he can touch the models, machines, or supplies. Distract your child by reading a story or giving a stuffed animal to hold, something like that. And if your child is 6 to 12 years old, school-age children understand that medicines and treatment help them get better. They are able to cooperate with the treatment but want to know like what to expect. Give them support. Children this age often have many questions, so you have to be ready to answer them or to find the answer together. Relationships are very important. Yes, relationships are very important. So help your child to stay in touch with friends and family. And if your child is a teenager, as we know, that teen often focus on how cancer changed their lives, their friendships, their appearance, and their activities. They may be scared and angry about how cancer has isolated them from their friends. Look for ways to help your teens stay connected to friends. Give your teens some like spaces and choices and freedoms before they go to the treatment, and include him and her in treatment decision. Like, yes. To highlight that, the first one is fortifying anticipation procedure. We have to do that. And it's bringing us to the next, that is decreasing the predominance and effect of hazard variables. Working towards equitative and widespread to get to health care, counting patients in all well-being forms, having sufficient particular well-being workforce. And the next one is that avoidance and control of NCDs require, like including cancer, for real. Viable, cost-effective, reasonable and attainable intersection, national approaches rounded inside these intersections and in line with NCD and chance calculate pointers. And then progressing value in well-being care, focusing on population-made strides well-being result. How amazing. Another thing that is important to families is the need for information. Informants reveal that during the treatment, they need to get detailed information about the disease and the process of patient care. It is felt that the implementation is still lacking in the process of palliative care and family center care. Well, parents must endure emotional and mental strain while also carrying out their medical tasks, exercising parental supervisions and fulfilling all other parental roles and responsibilities. Parents or caregivers play a basic part within the care of children within the clinic. When caregivers are effectively locked in their children's care, it leads to progressed shared decision-making, fulfillment, distinguishing proof of medicine's issues, and arrangements of data lost from the restorative. Patients can make strides well-being research, such as expanded child consolation, lower hazard of antagonistic occasions, and shorter length of stay in the hospital. Be that as it may, like numerous caregivers are unable to show with their children, within the clinic science a sense of complex and crossing social, budgetary, and passionate factors. Maybe that is because the economic problem is the first issue raised by the family. They need to stay in a place of care for a long period of time. Transportation costs for other visiting family members dropping out of work because they have to accompany the patients or children are things that were conveyed by the informants. A few impediments make it difficult for caregivers to be displayed amid their child's hospitalizations, counting the go to work, like travel costs and nourishment costs. These costs excessively influence socio-economically disrupt families and lead to total social and budgetary burdens. Hospitalizations itself may trigger nourishment insecurity. And as it were, 39% of clinics, like for example, I take a sample in Canada, and the joint together states give free suppers to the caregivers with monetary require or who are breastfeeding. in spite of evidence in that hospitalizations are especially burdensome for families with lower financial status. Few have examined disparities related to the caregiver nearness within the healing center. Alright everybody, this is bringing us to the next slide. Patients' need point of view. Caregivers of survivors accept that numerous comprehensive issues are common in childcare. This incorporates physical issues like mental issues and family inclusions, like physical problems, psychological problems, and family involvement. That's the point. When experiencing treatment, the establishment of hardware for treatment and length of time remaining at the treatment put makes the quiet or child feel issues, like both physical and mentally. Side impacts of gadget establishments such as contamination and passionate chants that are touchy are common problem. In expansion to physical and mental issues, the age of the child or quiet who is not, however, a grown-up, gives a reality that they cannot be isolated from the caregivers, the family, the parents, and the children still cannot confront the treatment alone. Like the fulfillment of their needs still depends on the caregivers, in spite of the fact that well-being laborers give a great care, the health care. The children tend to feel more secure and more comfortable on the off chance that the guardians of family go with them. And the next slide is about the caregiver's needs point of view. Economic problems, information needs, and spiritual support. Like we know that people who the children has cancer might feel dead inside. It's very sad. And in addition, in expansion to ones that the center on the children or patients, the need for the caregiver is also a problem. Is additionally an issue that is considered critical by the witnesses. Family needs were related to economic issue, data needs, and the otherworldly bolster. It's information needs and the spiritual support that I have talked about previously. The economic problem is the primary issue raised by the family. The point is that the need to stay in a place of care for a long period of time, it's going to spend much more money, like for transportation costs, for other visiting family members, dropping out of work because they have to accompany the patients or children, are things that were conveyed in a factual world. And I would like to state that, parents who care for children with chronic illness have a round of needs, including open and honest communications with well-being care suppliers, the healthcare providers, in domestic care and a long-term care. These needs were not fulfilled, concurring the caregiver of children with inveterate infections, like inveterate ailment other than cancer, like chronic illness. Association in decision-making forms is related to viable help for care from the beginning of ailment, the accessibility of proficient psychosocial back and support in decision-making forms. Most importantly, caregivers presents all the most importance that the patient needs mostly. To enhance the statement, there is a movie made by me that will be shown. It's created by me and the team as well. You can check. Ladies and gentlemen, this is bringing us to the end of my presentation today. I would like to thank you very much Before I end these presentations, I would like to sum up. Those are the patient needs perspective or point of view and the caregiver's needs points of view. Both have their own needs. The first one is the patient needs point of view are physical problems, psychological problems, and family involvement. And the caregiver's needs of view are economic problems, information needs, and spiritual support. Both have their own needs. Most importantly, the children with cancer need the caregiver's existence and presence. Thank you very much for the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The time is given back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rama. Video your presentation. Next. Okay, next presentation, second presentation. Next, experience as research person, workshop and oral presentation participation in international conference public health in UNS, Surakarta. Webinar meningkatkan daya tahan tubuh untuk menjaga tumbuh kembang bayi dan balita di era new normal. And awards, outstanding lecture, Poltekkes Kemenkes Yogyakarta, and other money. And next, let's listen to the presentation from Dr. Ati Badiah. Time is yours.
Thank you, Miss Yusniarita. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Walk to work with you. Don't forget buy detergent. Every time I see you, I fall in love all over again. Yeah. Mr. Arjis. Okay. Today I will present the results of my research model parenting education and stimulation play therapy in growth and early childhood development by Ati Badiah, Niketut Mendri, Bondan Palestine, Titi Sulastri, Iskari Hadiarti, Umi Fahmida, dan Destiana. Next. Next. Yeah. Parental participation in early childhood education is pivotal for child growth and development, one of which is through play therapy and stimulation. However, most parents are unaware of the importance of their participation and are lack skill to implement good practice. Thus, identification of model for parenting education and Development School in Yogyakarta, Ar-Rahman, Dahya Pelangi, Anggrek, Mutiara Hadi, Amang Putra, Niten, Lare Anwar, Al-Islah, Al-Mutakin, Melati, and Nurul Islam. Among other things about parenting education, play therapy simulation growth, weights, head circumference, upper arm circumference, chest circumference, abdominal circumference, development, social personal development, fine motor development, language development, gross motor skill, cognitive interest, emotion, and moral. Play therapy and social interaction in early childhood can improve early childhood social personal, including learning the basics of language growth, games, and interacting with parents or caregivers. Stimulating early childhood to make eye contact by holding a child favorite to object and waiting for the child to see or handing over the toy include blowing a balloon or rolling a ball. Early childhoods are trained to recognize vocabulary. Early childhoods who have a healthy relationship with their family, full of care and affection for their parents, and facilitate early childhood language development. Conversely, if the relationship between early childhoods and their parent is not healthy, then the language development of early childhoods tends to experience disorders such as stuttering, unclear words, speaking. Is a process where early childhood exchange information and convey thoughts and feeling, where there is a message sender who formulates a message and the recipient decode the message. Language as a means of communication to convey and understand, and the communication process occurs through language. Form or language can be in the form of sign, gesture, writing, picture, and speech, and form of verbal communication are the main means of expressing thoughts and feelings. Verbal communication uses aspect of individual reality followed by verbal action or choose, and the growth of the body muscle. Directed stimulation is required of parenting education model books and play therapy simulation model in early childhood education. And it's bringing us to the end time of my presentation. Thank you all for being here today and taking the time to patiently listen to what I have to say. I wish you all a blessed day. If anyone has any question, please feel free to ask me and I'll do my best to answer. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Okay, Mrs. Atik Badiah, thank you for your presentation. And then, all participation, have you any question or are there any question in the chat column? No chat? No chat, no question. Okay, no question. Question. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you for the new information that you give today, and thank you for Nurse Yusniarita SKPMS for leading us through an interactive session with our co-hosts. As a show of gratitude, please allow us to show certificate appreciation for our two speakers this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our next event is the oral presentation. But first, let us read the code of conduct for today's oral presentation. 1. Participants must be present a minimum of 15 minutes before the event starts.
2. Participants must dress neatly and modestly.
3. Participants must remain on
The virtual background provided.
5th, participants must rename their Zoom as code presenter _name.
6. Participants must be present throughout the event from start to end.
7th, participants must be present during the conference.
8. The time provided for the presentation is 10 minutes, with 7 minutes for the presentation and 3 minutes for the Q&A session.
9th, participants must remain muted during the presentation.
10. During the Q&A session, participants are allowed to turn on the mic after the moderator permits them.
Mohon maaf Bapak Ibu untuk seluruh peserta mohon nanti setelah selesai sesi oral presentasi kembali ke main room karena untuk daftar hadir sebagai dasar sertifikat akan dibagikan ketika upacara penutupan. Serta untuk pengumuman partisipan yang aktif akan diumumkan waktu nanti di penutupan. Terima kasih. Silakan Bapak Ibu untuk masuk ke breakout room sesuai dengan pembagian ya.
Thank you to our moderators for guiding us through our oral presentation. Coming up next, we will announce the door prize winners for the most participation awards. First, Khairunisa Afidayani. Next, Syamani from Poltekkes, Amelia Anis, Citra Sari, Joko Tigo, Paulus, Paulus Sugianto, Syamani, Tenang Aristiani, M. Syahin Syah, Salah Syahina.
And the best of presentation, Ida Mardalena, Benar Anugrah, and Joko Tigo.
For those that was called, please text Tahya at 085333943958 to receive the door prize.
For our last door prize, what is the topic?
Okay, for the last door prize,
Someone answer.
can someone answer with a question? The question is, what is the topic of speaker from Netherlands? Anyone can answer?
Ladies and gentlemen.
I will repeat. What is the topic of the speaker from the Netherlands? I'll repeat one last time. What is the topic of the speaker from the Netherlands? It's a big grand prize.
Kelihatan.
Siapa juga nggak bisa.
Hello.
Okay, hello.
Yep.
Okay.
I just want to answer the questions.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, the speaker from Netherlands, Mr. Mahdi, talk about the controlling communicable and non-communicable disease in the digital era.
Okay, congratulations for
Syamani.
oh Shamani.
Yes, Ryan.
Okay, congratulations.
Congratulations, you won a tensimeter.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen, respected lectors and honorable guests alike, we will move toward our last event, which is closing ceremony. We would like to invite Mr. Bondan Palestine SKM MCAP SPCOM to officially close today's conference. Mr. Bondan, please come forward.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah. Tes. Ini lebih terang. Lebih terang. Yeah. Dear participants from Hong Kong, Malaysia, the United Kingdom, Netherlands, and Indonesia, committees, all of committees, may I represent for Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health at Yogyakarta, the nursing department, and the entire committee of the first Yogyakarta International Nursing Conference to express my deepest gratitude for everyone's participation. As of this afternoon, there will still many participants taking part in these activities. God willing, we will hold this activity regularly every year. Please pray and participate in the coming year in 2024. Inshallah, we will also establish this activity with a jamboree of nursing students from various countries. We hope that this event can be a place for us to share knowledge from many field studies related to nursing science and services. Finally, I would like to thank all the committee members who have worked hard so that these activities was carried out well and successfully. I would like to apologize for your inconvenience, especially for signal. Hopefully, we will all be part of developing nursing knowledge so that nursing services will be more advanced and higher quality. Thank you, everyone. Salam from Yogyakarta. Terima kasih. Salamatku. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Bondan for your closing speech.
Time definitely flew by. I, Tiara Shiva, and my co-MC,
Rifki Fadilaudin,
would like to apologize for any mistakes we intentionally and or unintentionally made throughout our time guiding you through today's event.
Thank you to our wonderful, insightful speakers that has given us a new information related to our nursing specialty. We hope the information given today will one day to be beneficial to us all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation. We hope to see you again next year at the second Yogyakarta International Nursing Conference.
Have a good evening. Wassalamualaikum.
Before you leave the Zoom meeting, please turn on your camera for a session for documentation.
Sebelum meninggalkan ruang meeting, alangkah Baiknya kita melakukan sesi dokumentasi terlebih dahulu. Kepada para peserta bisa menyalakan kamera terlebih dahulu.
Please remember to not forget to fill in the attendance.
Foto guys.
Oke.
Foto bersama. Monggo, monggo.
Izin nanti.
Oke.
Okay.
Oke.
I will count 3, 2, 1. First slide.
The first slide. 3, 2, 1. Next slide. 3, 2, 1. For the next slide. 3, 2, 1.
Once again, thank you for your participation. Don't forget to fill in the attendance form. Thank you.